We got a little bit of everything going on here. We got some city, we got county and the state. What's going?
She's a competency. Yep,
Mhm.
for Whitney, right? It's a city case. She has to come.
Ransom?
Yeah.
This is not accident.
Adam should be all set. His attorney sent us an email. There's
Gavin Adams.
yeah.
Gavin Adams, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you already speak with your attorney this week? Mr. Adams, did you speak with your attorney this week?
No, I have not.
Did you speak with him last week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, Palmer.
Mr. Palmer?
Yeah.
He indicated that he's already discussed the matter with you and that you all are continuing to exam, so you're all set.
All right, so I'm good to go.
You're done for today.
All right.
Chuck Powell have an attorney? And what about Jefferson?
No, it says that he declined.
On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Marcus Jefferson, file number 24-01972, council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Case Markarian appearing on behalf of the people, making a motion to practice under Michigan Court Rule number 8.120.
Motion is granted. Mr. Jefferson, you're no longer driving, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay, today's the date that was set for probable cause conference on account of carrying concealed weapon. Your matter is scheduled for a preliminary examination on August 15th at 9 o'clock in the morning. At your arraignment, you declined representation from the Office of the Public Defender. Are you planning to hire an attorney, sir?
I did hire an attorney, but I wasn't able to pay him. I had a problem with my check to start a new job. But I called the what do you call it? I called Kelly at the it's eluding me right now the word I want to use, but personal lawyer for my trial. A court appointed, sorry. I got the phone with them yesterday of my situation, so my paperwork's in for that. I'm just waiting for them to call me back or send me an email.
Okay, so part of the issue is it's not easy to hear. You sound a little muffled. Who's the attorney that you're hiring?
I'm trying to hire my friend Steve, but I can't.
Steve who?
I can't afford him right now.
So you just told me you hired an attorney, but you didn't pay for him. Who did you hire?
His name is Steve. He's a friendly friend. His last name eludes me, but I use him for most of my court cases. I just can't get a hold of him, so I can't pay him. So I called the court appointment.
Yeah, so you've not hired an attorney, correct?
Right. Technically, he's not my lawyer. He's not been paid, so I can't use him.
Okay. And so what is your plan as it relates to your exam next week?
Okay, so yesterday when I found out when my pay didn't come, I called the court so I could get a court appointed lawyer. I talked to someone named Kelly, and she took all my information down and set me up. So I'm just waiting to hear back from them. They told me 24 to 48 hours.
Okay, we'll treat next week as a probable cause conference. You need to appear in person, sir.
You said in person next week?
You need to appear next week for your August 15th court date, okay? In person.
Okay. What time is that going to be at again? I just don't have my
9
paperwork in
a.m.
front of me. 9 a.m.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, you're all set for today.
You have a blessed one.
Mr. I think I see Mr. Sark. I don't see him in the back.
For Curtis. That's the one.
Mr. Sarks,
Good morning, Your Honor.
good morning, sir. You're here for Curtis Williams, but that matter was nolly.
It's been valid. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You're welcome. Same to you. Stop. Gloucester, present. No, Mr. Nelson is finance or Mr. Goodrich.
Oh, Mr. Goodrich right now, I believe Dale said he's on going into wards,
Who?
ward school.
Oh, Goodrich is in the breakout room.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Powell, can you start your video, please? Okay, we're on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus McQuarla. Powell, file number 24-02220, council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Markarian appearing on behalf of the people.
Okay, and Ms. Powell, you do not have an attorney, correct?
Not as of right now. I will have one by time for my next court hearing.
There's a co-defendant. When is the co-defendant scheduled? Jada. Is he? Okay, that's the number that's crossed out. They intend to continue to examine. Okay, who are you attempting to hire, ma'am?
I'm between a few. I did reach out to Vincent Green. And then I have another one to contact. I don't have his exact name right now, but I did reach out to Vincent Green. So I'm in between a few now.
Okay, so we'll treat next week as another probable cause conference, and we'll address the timeline of 21 days for your exam if necessary. You need to appear in person next week, okay?
No problem.
Okay, do you have any questions today?
No, ma'am.
You're all set for today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Catherine Place, file number 24-02112. Council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Hayes, Assistant Attorney General, here for the people.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Place, who is appearing over Zoom today.
Okay, today's the date and time that's scheduled for a probable cause conference, financial transaction device illegal sale or use. This matter is scheduled for preliminary examination in person at the court August 15th, 9:30 in the morning. Are we continuing to exam?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Any matters we should address today while we're on the record?
Your Honor, the only thing I have is that I know one of my witnesses is a police officer in the Detroit area, was hoping the court would allow him to appear via Zoom for that hearing.
The defense is okay with that?
No, Your Honor, we would object to him appearing over Zoom. We would request all the witnesses to be here in person.
The witness must appear in person. Any additional matters we need to address?
Not from the people.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
You're all set for today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich, you had another matter, or?
Yes, I have Marcel Carter, who is at the post 2 visit 3 room.
Are you ready on his matter, or do you need to speak with him?
I have already spoken with him. We are ready to proceed today.
Okay, on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Marcel V. Anthony Carter, file number 24-02196. Council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Casey Markarian appearing on behalf of the people.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Carter, who's appearing over Polycom from the Ingham County Jail today.
Okay, looks like we have a preliminary examination scheduled next week, August 15th at 9 o'clock in the morning in person at the court. House. Let's see. And it looks like he's also had a PA 53 that he was arraigned on. Are we continuing to exam?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Was he remanded on the PA 53? Okay, I see that his bond was forfeited in JIS because of the PA 53.
Your Honor, in speaking with Mr. Carter, it was my understanding that I believe he was arraigned by Judge Ward, it sounded like, and that he thought that he was basically remanded until he had his hearing today and then would be released on GPS tether following that.
Not scheduled for hearing today. He was arraigned by Judge Buchanan, number 1, on the 3rd. And it's not scheduled for hearing today. So he'll be remanded until the time of the hearing. Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing from the people. Thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
We'll do the hearing on the 15th.
Confused.
You said you're confused?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were arraigned on bond violations by Judge Buchanan on August 3rd. And to help you get some greater clarity, you have a complaint here, count 1, weapons, firearm possession by prohibited person, count 2, weapons, firearm larceny, count 3, weapons, felony firearm, count 4, felony firearm, weapon, and then count 5 domestic violence, and then there's an habitual offender third offense notice. On August 3rd, you were arraigned on a bond violation that indicated that you violated your bond conditions by allegedly committing a crime and harassing, molesting, intimidating, beating, wounding, stalking, threatening, engaging, or other conduct that would place the following persons or the child of the following person in reasonable fear for bodily injury, that being your spouse, former spouse, individual with whom you had a child in common, or a resident or former resident of your household. Also a violation of the order not to assault, harass, intimidate, beat, molest, wound, or threaten the protected party in this, a Kylie Bauer, and not to have contact with Kylie Bauer or be within 2,000 feet of wherever she lives, works, or goes to school. So the allegations is that you violated 1, 2, 3, 4 of those bond conditions. And so Judge Buchanan revoked your bond, which was originally set at 5,000, 10%. So you now no longer have a bond. The matter has to proceed on a hearing for the bond violation. This matter was not set for a hearing today. We don't have any witnesses, and so we're not prepared to do a hearing. So you will remain in custody of the Ingham County Jail until the time in which we can proceed with the hearing. Does that give you greater clarity?
Okay.
Okay, any additional matters for the record, counsel?
Nothing for the people. Thank you.
And nothing from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, you're all set. Mr. Goodrich, you had one more? He left. What happened with Holland? Justin Holland? Oh, okay. Mr. Farmer? Oh, you're here for Whitney Ransom. Is she downstairs? I think she is. Yeah, I saw them pull in.
She's downstairs. If I might, Judge, first of all, I apologize for being late, but I can go talk to her downstairs.
I'm gonna start an exam.
Okay.
So you could, but I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to call your case.
That's fine, Judge. I was late, so I don't have any problems.
Well, they didn't, I saw when the jail pulled in with her, so
Okay,
they didn't pull in until about 9 o'clock.
gotcha. All right. Well, I will go double check.
So,
I don't know. I don't know who's the airport person.
Well, we were told she was set for Polycom. I distinctly believe I saw them pull her out of the van, but let's call and see if she's, can you call and see if she's supposed to be on Polycom or not?
She's good.
Mr. Goodrich, send an email. If she's gonna be able to appear by Polycom, that's fine, but the person that I saw them remove from Ingham County van looks like her.
Okay.
Understood.
You have an email for Holland?
I don't see.
Mr. Goodrich in the building?
He is.
He didn't tell us who was, did we see Holland today? Mr. Mills,
Yes, Your Honor.
you have your client
I do, Your Honor. We're all set and ready to go.
on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Goppel von Lobsdorf, file number 24-01248. Counsel Chair.
Morning, Your Honor. Case Mark Herring, appearing on behalf of you.
And good morning, Your Honor. Steve Mills on behalf of my client, Mr. Donald von Lobsdorf, who is present and standing to my right at this time.
Okay, and we reset this because we were still waiting for some paperwork for mental health court.
That is correct, Your Honor. We've got everything signed, sealed, and just about to be delivered. I don't. Oh, Mr. Martinez had it last, so it's.
Are you gonna blame it on Mr. Martinez?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Twice that he blamed me today, so. Right.
But no, we do have the paperwork into the file, Your Honor. It's all been signed. I think we're ready to go and just wait for the.
See it over there, Mr. Mill?
Well, I hope so. Yes, I do. Thank you, Your Honor.
This is the first time I've seen this one. Let's see, what is this new 2-page form here? Who's supposed to sign this?
That's mostly for me and my client.
It says judge, but it doesn't say transferring judge, receiving judge, so I'm not gonna sign it, because I don't know, but if you find out that we need to sign that, I'm happy to do it. I'm gonna sign here where it tells me to sign, and then I will get It's up to you because you probably can get it signed by Judge Buchanan quicker than I can today.
With Judge Hillman?
Buchanan,
Oh,
because she has to sign and then the transferring judge and chief judge there need to sign.
thank you.
No problem.
Should I should bring it back to court then, I assume?
Yeah, I don't know who's supposed to sign under the judge on the 55th, the second page, because it doesn't tell me.
I do believe it's Judge Hillman because it's just the agreement to the 55th.
Sounds good.
And I'll get this signed by Judge Buchanan. Right back.
Very good. So this matter will be transferred to the 55th Mental Health Court.
No, she's not downstairs, but I did call her in county. They're putting her in.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, that's not one. Thank you. Any matters we need to address other than signing that?
Nothing further for the people.
Nothing to concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir. What happened with Mr. Goodrich and Justin Holland? I don't see Justin Holland here. We just need Whitney Ransom. And then what happened with William, Monta William and Terrell William?
30, I didn't get enough, but I did think I seen him in the hallway today.
Okay, sounds good.
Did you? Mr. Goodrich about Holland?
Last email I had from him was when he sent to me saying he hadn't been able to get a hold of Mr. Holland yet, so we would
Okay.
see if he appears.
Does Cocan have an attorney? I don't see anybody else here, actually.
That was one that Miss Lawton was assigned to, and she asked me to cover. I think she had mentioned that she hadn't seen an appearance in the file yet, so we were wait to see who showed up, if someone showed up.
Yeah, I don't have an appearance and I don't see Bree Cocan here, so I'm gonna issue a And then Mr. Goodrich didn't say any information about
Well, he
Holland.
said last time he heard from him is that he couldn't get in contact with him, so.
Out Benchmark. Holland. Yeah, well, I'm not playing with Mr. Freeman today. I'm not playing with Mr. Freeman today. This person needs to start their audio. Oh, look at that. No. Okay, very good. What's your name, sir? Who's on the iPhone? Good morning, Mr. Freeman. Good morning, Mr. Freeman.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Have you seen your clients, or do we know if this is him on Zoom?
I'll probably just need a moment. I can talk to him on the.
He hasn't started his audio.
I have two with the last name Williams.
I see that. And this might be one of them. Two with the last name Williams, and their file numbers are almost the same. One ends in 2-6 and one ends in 3-6, so. It's gonna be great for the clerk's office.
I can talk to him in the breakout room.
He hasn't started his audio. Oh, maybe he did. Can you hear me? Whoever this is not starting there. Okay, there's two people on here, actually. The person that may be your client has not started his audio, so he can't hear us. Okay. Good morning, sir. What's your first and last name?
Terrell Lee Williams.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Good morning, ma'am. What's your first and last name?
Bree Pocan.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, do you have an attorney?
One was supposed to be appointed to me.
Okay. Yeah, Bree Pocan is here.
Checking in their system to see.
She did make an application, but it looks like our office dropped the ball, if I'm being perfectly honest. I don't have an explanation for it. I don't know what to say. I'm not gonna make an excuse, but we have the arraignment notes and they just never did anything for it. Yeah, it's probably the ball.
I'm gonna call the case. On the record of the matter, the people of the state of Michigan versus Bree Pocan, file number 24-01521, council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Casey Markarian, appearing on behalf of the people.
Okay, Ms. Pocan, you can hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so today was the date that was set for probable cause conference on one count of child abuse in the third degree. The matter is scheduled for preliminary examination in person at the court next week on August 15th. However, you made a request for court-appointed counsel, and it seems like that paperwork somehow did not get processed at the public defender's office, and so you've not yet been appointed an attorney. And so we do have a public defender present who just confirmed that they do have your paperwork. And so they will, he'll see to it that that gets addressed so that you can have an attorney appointed. That is likely going to impact your ability to have an exam next week because they need to get the discovery and meet with you, okay?
Okay.
So because of this delay, we will treat next week, which is the preliminary examination date, as another probable cause conference. And that way we can address the timeline if necessary, okay?
Do I need to be in person or is it over Zoom?
You can appear in person so long as you operate your audio so we can hear you.
Okay.
I mean, you can appear via Zoom. You don't have to appear in person because we're not likely to proceed. And so we'll address the timeline then once we know who your attorney is going to be.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Any additional matters for the record, counsel?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you're all set for today, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Same to you. Okay, that's Ms. Ransom.
I just have a quick breakout.
Yes. Smokes, you didn't need anything from me, did you?
No, Your Honor, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Who was that? That was just good. Terrell Williams? Yeah. We've not seen multiple. It's a little early.
It's scheduled for 9. For Arvia, for Carter.
They need a nollie for the other.
The 2 counts for the. No.
Can you ask the AG to come in real quick so we can take care of knowledge? And why are you wrong? They didn't make a motion.
Oh, the.
Wait, where? No, I thought that the clerk's office said maybe that was the prosecutor said they got them. motion came.
Oh. Yeah, well, so like, but technically you still, but I guess I can put that, well, that's fine.
Yeah. 'cause you
After
said
a
they needed
motion. That's what.
The clerk's office? Yeah. Oh, okay. We were just trying to process the whole Baxter thing because I think the clerk's office said that they needed a nollie for the counts that I dismissed, and I'm trying to understand why they need a nollie and not a.
There was no counts dismissed on Miss Baxter. Miss Baxter
Lombardini.
found a less
I'm
charge.
sorry, Miss Lombardini. Lombardini is for today.
Yes.
Miss Lombardini, that's who it was.
It was my understanding that Mr. Kramer was presenting you today with an order dismissing counts 2, 3,
Yes,
4.
that's what I. Yeah, that's why I don't understand why they would need a.
It's not a nollie, it's a.
It's not a
dismissal
nollie.
on-
Yeah, it's not a nollie.
They're still, the clerk's office is still doing something to dismiss it.
Yeah, that's what the order was for. So it's not a, they requested a nollie. That's why my question was, why would they need a nollie? We'll provide them an order of dismissal. If they,
They did that before, and they still asked me.
Hold on, court.
Mr. Meltz, Mr. Meltz. You needed a signature for me again?
I don't think we need anything else from you because it's just to the chief judge.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I already signed
All
this.
good. Thank
Yeah,
you, Your Honor.
this just needs to go to be transferred. Thank you. Mr. Freeman, did you lose him?
I think the other Monte.
Oh, the other. Okay. And then this meeting. I did speak to the clerk. They said the order for the dismissal is sufficient, not a court order. Not of course. Those are dismissals from yesterday. Do you still have the paper form?
I do.
No. Oh, God. Where did Ransom go?
Don't know. I told her to just sit tight.
Whitney Ransom, can you hear me? Okay, we have to call the jail back.
Post the sheet on.
One.
Post one.
On the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Terrell Williams, file number 24-02226, council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Casey Markarian, appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen A. Freeman, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Williams, who is appearing by Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. You can hear us.
Yes, ma'am.
Today's the date and the time that's scheduled for a probable cause conference on count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 3, aggravated assault, aggravated stalking, count 4, malicious destruction of property, 1,000 to 20,000, count 5, domestic violence, and a habitual offender, 4th offense notice. Matter is scheduled for exam next week, August 15th at 10 o'clock in the morning in person at the court. Are we continuing to exam?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any additional matters that we should address on the record today?
Your Honor, I did want to make note of one conversation I had with the victim on this case, just so the defendant could be instructed again on his bond conditions. I have not been able to confirm or speak with JSG yet, but in conversations with the victim, there have been some allegations that the GPS tether has been violated, the exclusion zone. I just asked Your Honor to instruct the defendant again on his bond conditions.
I don't believe I received any.
And I haven't confirmed it with JSG.
Yeah, they would automatically send me something if he was in the exclusion zone. I've not received anything, but I will remind Mr. Williams that there is a no contact order. That means that you're not to be within 2,000 feet of wherever Ciara Johnson is. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your GPS tether would include an exclusion zone, so if you come within that zone, you could be subject to a potential violation of your bond conditions. And I know you don't want your bond revoked and you sitting in jail pending any hearings on this, so just be mindful, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about your bond conditions?
No, ma'am, but only thing, what I can, I have talked to, I went to pretrial services, earlier this week, and, I talked to the lady, she advised me as far as the, same thing that I think that was the, prosecutor said about the tether going off as far as the zone. And, they let me know that it went off, but I think this was the same day I got out, which is, they was told me to make sure I went and looked at the map and make sure it didn't happen no more.
Okay, yeah, I have not gotten any notifications. Usually I'd get an email telling me how long you were in the zone. I didn't get anything, so that might be because it was the day you bonded out. And it looks like you bonded out one on the 28th.
I believe so. I'm not for sure.
Okay, so it's been some time and we've not had any violations. So that reminder will help reinforce the fact that you need to make sure you're careful even when you're driving to and from work, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additional matters for the record on that file?
Nothing further for the people. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. You're all set.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Monta Williams, file number 24-02236. FY council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Casey Markarian appearing on behalf of the people.
Stephen A. Freeman, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Williams, who's standing to my right.
Okay, Mr. Monta Williams, today is a probable cause conference on count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Let's see, and then I have for count 2 of domestic violence and a third offense notice. We have a preliminary examination in person at the court August 15th at 10 o'clock in the morning. Are we continuing to our exam?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any issues or matters we should address today on the record?
Nothing from the people. Thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you.
We'll see you next week. You're all set. On the record in the matter or matters of the people of the state of Michigan versus Whitney Ransom, file numbers 24-01195 and 24-01198. Council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Casey Markarian appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Palmer of the Public Defender's Office appearing on behalf of Whitney Ransom. I will note that I'm appearing in both files. I'm standing in for Attorney John Lee on the city.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Lisa Hagan Lawrence, appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Okay, today was the date set for a competency hearing. The court received a report from the Department of Health and Human Services Center for Forensic Psychiatry, August 1st, 2024. The parties got a copy of that report.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the body of the report and the conclusion applies that at this time, Ms. Ransom presented significant impairments in her thinking and reality testing. And the conclusion is that at this time, she is incompetent to proceed to trial. That is further the opinion of the examiner that given some nature of symptomology, there's a possibility that she could be restored to competency within the limits allotted by statute. Any reason to object to the body or the conclusion of the report?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, my client certainly does not agree with the report, but on behalf of her, I am stipulating.
Okay, very good. So the court will adopt the report by stipulation. It will be incorporated into the court file. She will be, order will be entered for her finding of incompetence and in order for treatment to see if she can be restored to competency within the statutory time frame. We'll set this matter for internal review so that we can make sure we are getting our periodic updates from forensic center to determine her progress. Looks like she has a PR bond on the city case.
I was just gonna ask about that, Your Honor. I would ask that she's remanded, I believe, on the felony file that I represent her on. So she's earning credit. I think I would ask that her PR bond be revoked so that she's at least earning credit on that, on the city case. Obviously, I don't know, but my anticipation would be that by the time she's seen it forensics and potentially restored, she's likely to have sort of outrun the maximum penalty on this case.
And the bond here to had a PR bond originally, and it looks like she failed to appear. And then I see contained $300 cash bond. She does have a flash bond. She does have a bond in the city case, so I don't need to amend it. We'll continue the bond on both files. Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing from the people.
Something from the city.
Just as a point of clarification, does the court need me to submit the order or does the court draft that?
I have them. They're all set.
Thank you. Then I have
Thank you.
nothing further.
Thank you.
When can I speak?
You had an attorney, so we didn't know that you needed to speak, but did you need to speak to your attorney?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, we'll see if he can log back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Judge, when can I speak to you? Because I might need a new attorney.
Why don't you speak to your attorney? If there's a reason to make a motion for you to get new counsel, you can let me know. When you come out of the breakout room, we'll see if we need to get a prosecutor here. Okay? I don't know if you all want to hang out a little bit. She thinks she might want to make a motion for a new attorney. I don't know that I'm gonna go back on the record for it, but I've been talking to the county prosecutor. Mr. Palmer is going to meet with her privately.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll hang out. maybe died. Do you have an iPad or something, or I can set up a
Yeah.
meeting with her? It's not my day.
It's, oh, wow, that's wonderful. Oh, God, listen, she was really fantastic.
Yeah.
I love that one. She is. I'm sad.
Good morning, Mr. Bach.
Good morning, Judge.
You're here for a discovery matter.
I'm here for, yes, for Lansing Housing Commission for John Hintz.
Okay, so I'm going to be starting that preliminary examination in just a moment. So if the defendant appears, I will virtually place them in the breakout room with you. For you to conduct. But you can message me or my staff if there's any issues, or if you need a control date. If they don't appear, then you can submit or have Mr. Hintz submit a show cause, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you.
You're welcome. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Heather Lombardini, file number 24-00510 FY, counsel appearance.
Good morning, Stephen Grant, 251-260, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, good morning. Tom Cranmer appearing on behalf of Ms. Lombardini, who's with me at council.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience while we finish our other portions of our docket. And we are ready to proceed on preliminary examination on count one. Any matters we should address before we call witnesses?
No, I do have a preliminary witness list to provide you. If I one of the exhibit books, provide to Mr. Kramer, and if I may approach the court.
Yes, please.
This is not the one that's an exhibit book, but just so the court could keep track as well. Well, to grab the first witness.
We're gonna make, yeah, we're gonna make a copy for the court reporter real quick. Yes, please.
All right, assume that this will be the case, so I'm gonna ask that we sequester the witnesses.
Yes, I'm only bringing in, yes. I'm
Motion to
only bringing in-
sequestration, for sequestration is granted. You have 2 witnesses, you said?
That's correct, Your Honor.
You're all set, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, Judge, she wants to fire me, but I think that I don't think she can do that until she's restored.
I agree.
Other than that, yes, I'm all set.
Thank you. You're all set. You're all set.
Good.
Ms. Ransom, you're all set.
Yes, I would like to ask you something, Judge.
If you want to talk about firing your attorney, you need to complete your treatment for competency before you could do that, ma'am.
It's not about that, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, you want to ask me something about what? Can we grab his attorney, please?
I need to make a report. My own judge is not telling the truth. He's lying. And I never even spoke.
You need to make a report because whom?
My own lawyer is lying, and I never even spoke to him before. He's not acting in my own best interest. I can represent myself if that's the case, please.
You spoke to him today. Did you not?
Yeah, and he's basing everything on a 2-minute conversation. We never spoke before. He's lying. He won't let me get one sentence out. He won't hear my side of the story. He won't do his job when I ask him for certain documentation. He never contacted me before. I've been in here for 3 months, no contact with him. And he's also lying about evidence that they do not have. I asked him to show me the evidence. He won't do his job.
Okay, so how about this? How about you write or take some time and write a motion addressing your issues with the court, and we'll set it for a hearing, okay?
How do I do that? Because he won't tell me anything. He won't assist in my.
You get some paper and a pen while you're in custody, and you file a motion, and you explain to me why you believe your attorney is not properly representing you, okay?
Okay.
And we'll set it for a hearing, but you're all set for today.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, you're all set. Okay, sorry for that interruption. You can call your first witness.
People call Adam Picasso.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. And if you can state your first and last name and spell both.
Adam, A-D-A-M, Percassi, F as in Frank, R-A-C-A-S-S-I.
Counsel, you can proceed.
Good morning, sir. Can you please tell us where you are employed?
I work at the Michigan Bureau of Elections.
Can you tell us what is your job title and what is it that you actually do?
I am the regulatory manager for the Bureau of Elections. I, in general, oversee day-to-day legal operations for the Bureau, including enforcement actions, legislation, litigation strategy, and general external affairs for the Bureau of Elections.
Does that include violations of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act?
Yes.
Were you so justly employed back in 2020?
Yes, but in a different position.
Okay, what position did you have with the Department of State back in 2020?
I was with the Bureau of Elections still, but I was an administrative law specialist. My current role was created after the 2020 election.
And can you tell us what your role was back in 2020? I mean, describe it.
Very similar. So I process enforcement actions directly under the Campaign Finance Act, under Michigan election law, any other laws that we administer, and then provided just regular legal support to the Bureau as a whole.
Did there come a time that you received a complaint from Robert LeBrand?
Yes.
And do you recall who Mr. LeBrand was claiming violated something? Who is Mr. LeBrand complaining about?
So he's filed several with us, but in particular, yeah, with there were two in this specific instance.
Back, call it in July of 2020 or August of 2020.
So he filed in August of 2020. He filed a complaint against two corporate entities and a ballot question committee. He filed a complaint against Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, which was a corporate entity, Michigan My Michigan, which was the second corporate entity, and then Unlock Michigan, which is the ballot question committee.
Are you talking about the second complaint? I'm talking about the first complaint. This is 4 years ago.
I think I need to remind myself. Yeah.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the complaint?
Yes.
I have no objection to the meeting. If you'd like.
Your Honor, so that I don't ask you 47 times, may I freely approach the witness?
I think I've said this before. You can see the size of the courtroom. You're almost there anyway, so.
I'm showing you what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 2.
I was talking about the second one. Yes, the first complaint was only against Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility. There was a second one filed in 2021 that was against those three entities. I'm sorry.
And there is a stamp on that complaint. Is that a stamp that is put on by the Michigan Department of State?
Specifically the Bureau of Elections.
Okay, what's the date on that stamp?
August 3rd, 2020.
Now, did you personally look at and review that complaint that Mr. LeBrand sent into the department?
Yes.
Okay. Did that cause you to send out a letter to the Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility?
Yes.
No. Do you have any objection to the certification, which is exhibit 1?
Your Honor, I anticipate that the Assistant Attorney General is going to want to move for the introduction of a variety of different exhibits for the purposes of the preliminary examination. For the purpose only, we have no objection.
Which exhibit?
It's better to make it easier when we reference back and forth. I was going to actually, I pulled out 3 and 4, which are part of exhibit 2. You also stipulate to 3 and 4, which are part of 2, but if 2 is so large.
Yes, for the purpose of the exam, I'd be willing to see it.
So we would move to admit 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 being the certification, 2 being the entire complaint, and 3 and 4 being documents that are actually in the complaint. But since it's lengthy, it's just easier to do it that way for reference.
Okay, so People's 1, 2, 3, and 4 would be admitted by step.
Thank you.
So and looking at 3, did reviewing of the complaint cause you to send out a letter to MCFR?
Yes.
Looking at People's Exhibit 3, is that a letter that you sent to MCFR?
I love the.
Yes.
Can I go to the second page?
Absolutely.
Yes, this is the second of it.
Okay. Feel free to look at all of People's Exhibit number 2, because that is the entire package from the web posting. If you would like to verify.
This.
What date did you send a letter to Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, or MCFR for short?
So I sent the notice of the complaint. It's what we call it on August 14th, 2020.
In the letter to Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, did you provide an explanation of election law?
Yes. Well, Campaign Finance Act.
Campaign Finance Act. Did you explain the penalties?
Yes.
Did you explain that their ability to file a written response if they desired?
Yes.
Did you explain where to file a response?
Yes.
Did you explain to Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility if they file a response that Mr. LeBrand would have the ability to respond to them?
Yes.
Did you cite in your letter to MCFR the statute 169.21510? On page 2.
I believe so, yes.
Did Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility send you, and when I say you, I mean the Department of State, but directly addressed to you, a response to the August 14th letter that you sent them?
They did respond to the complaint through their attorney. I believe it was directly addressed to me, but I can verify.
Please do.
Yes, it was directly addressed to me.
And what is the date of the letter that was addressed to you?
September 9th, 2020.
That's also what is also on People's Exhibit number 4, is that correct?
Is that the one marked?
4.
4, right?
Mhm.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you tell me below your name, how was it addressed? I'm sorry, below the date.
How is People's Exhibit 4?
Yes.
That letter, it's addressed to me with the Bureau of Elections at the Michigan Department of State, and then it has the Bureau of Elections address on it.
And then it says read.
Yes.
Read that.
Response of Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility to complaint filed by Robert S. LeBrand.
Can you read the first paragraph?
It starts off and says, "Dear Mr. Picasso," and then it says, "This office represents Michigan citizens for fiscal responsibility." Open paren, the quote respondent, close paren. In the above referenced matter, on August 20th, 2020, we received a copy of your letter dated August 14th, 2020, and the August 3rd, 2020 complaint as amended on August 9th, 2020. And then in parentheses, the complaint that was submitted by Robert S. LeBrant. Please allow this letter to serve as respondent's response to the complaint and a request that it be dismissed.
How many pages does this letter itself that's addressed to you claim to be? I will note if you look at the top left-hand corner that will exist.
In the very last page.
What does the top left-hand corner say?
It says page 11. It says NCFR response September 9th, 2020, page 11. And then you look on this page, it's the CC.
What does it say CC?
Heather Lombardini, my apologies, president, and then parentheticals, Michigan citizens for fiscal responsibility.
Is that the only thing that came with the September 9, 2020 response?
The letter had an affidavit attached to it.
What's the next page? What does it say?
Exhibit 1.
An exhibit, this page where it says exhibit 1, that was attached to the September 9, 2020 letter?
Yes.
Okay. And then what is the next page?
It says affidavit of Heather Lombardini.
Okay, and how many pages is the document that's titled Affidavit of Heather Lombardini?
Just 2.
Okay. Can you please read the document that is labeled Affidavit of Heather Lombardini?
Out loud? the entire
Yes,
thing,
please.
or-
Yes.
Okay. So it says, paragraph 1, I'm the president for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility. I have held this role.
I'm sorry, I need you to read above that. So,
Oh, okay. So it starts off with the heading. It says affidavit of Heather Lombardini, State of Michigan, County of Hingham. Heather Lombardini, being first duly sworn, deposes and states as follows: 1, I'm the president for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, MCFR. I've held this role since 2019. 2, MCFR was formed in 2010. Since this time, MCFR has engaged in promoting the common good and general welfare of the public by advocating for fiscal responsibility at the state and federal levels of government, as provided in its articles of incorporation and section 501(c)(4) of the Internal Revenue Code. 3, as president of MCFR, my duties and responsibilities include general and active management of the activities of the corporation, as well as fundraising. Additionally, I am aware of the requirements of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act, in parentheses MCFA, and specifically MCL 169.203 sub 4, in parentheses, that a quote person end quote shall not be considered a quote committee end quote under the MICFA quote unless that person solicits or receives contributions for the purpose of making an expenditure to that ballot question committee or independent expenditure committee, end quote. Paragraph 4, in my role as president, I have personal knowledge as to 1, how MCFR solicits and receives contributions. 2, the contributions made to MCFR in 2019 and 2020. And 3, expenditures made by MCFR to third parties in 2020. Paragraph 5, while MCFR has not submitted its Form 990 for the 2019 calendar year, when it does so, it will show that as of December 31st, 2019, MCFR had a bank account balance of over $700,000. Because of this, MCFR has never had the need to solicit funds for the purpose of making an expenditure to unlock Michigan. I'm going to page 2 now, and it's paragraph 6. To the best of my knowledge, MCFR has not solicited or received contributions for the purpose of making an expenditure to Unlock Michigan or of any other ballot question committee. Paragraph 7. It's my belief that MCFR has complied with the requirements of the MICFA. This includes making expenditures to Unlock Michigan as a quote person end quote, and not having engaged in actions that would result in MCFR being classified as a quote committee end quote under the MICFA. And then further deponent saith not, and then it's signed Heather Lombardini, and then there's a subscribed and sworn to me this 9th day of September 2020.
You say the MICFA, you're referring to the acronym MCFA, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Which stands for what?
Michigan Campaign Finance Act.
So this 2-page document, which is labeled as Exhibit 1, labeled as the document labeled Affidavit of Heather Lombardini, was attached to the September 9th, 2020 response of the Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility to the complaint. And that was sent to you. Now, after receiving the response and Exhibit 1, which is labeled Affidavit of Heather Lombardini, did you then send those documents to Mr. LeBrant, allowing him to, offering him an ability to make a rebuttal statement?
I did.
Did Mr. LeBrant file a rebuttal statement?
I did.
Did you receive that rebuttal statement?
Yes.
Is that part of People's Exhibit 2?
It is. Yes, it is.
After evaluating the initial complaint from Mr. LeBrant, the response from Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility and Exhibit 1, which was the document labeled Affidavit of Heather Lombardini, and the rebuttal statement from Mr. LeBrant, did you make a decision as to how you would proceed with regard to the original complaint from Robert LeBrant that he filed on August 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I dismissed the complaint.
You dismissed the original complaint filed by Mr. LeBrant.
Correct.
Did you send notifications about the dismissal?
Yes.
What did you send notifications to?
It would have gone to both Mr. LeBrant and the attorney for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, Ms. Brian Shepherd.
Were the documents that were submitted by Robert LeBrant originally the response provided by Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility to the complaint filed by Mr. LeBrant, including Exhibit 1 and the document labeled Affidavit of Heather Lombardini, dated September 9th, 2020, the rebuttal by Mr. LeBrant, and your final conclusions dismissing the complaint posted on the Secretary of State website?
Yes.
What date were they posted on the Secretary of State website?
Approximately, it was approximately, I believe, 3 days after we sent the dismissal notice. Can I look and verify the date?
Please do so.
Dismissal notice. So the dismissal notice was April 9th, and I believe it was posted online April 12th of 2021. Sorry.
And why is it posted up? Why is that all of those documents posted up on the Secretary of State website?
Michigan Campaign Finance Act requires us to post the entire file. So the complaint, a response, a rebuttal, our back and forth, like the letters that we sent, or email in this instance, notifying everybody of their opportunity to respond to the complaints, as well as our determination and any subsequent resolution to post that online.
And the statute that requires that is MCL 169 2.15 subsection 10, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the same statute that you cite in the letter that you send out in your initial letter that you sent to Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility back on August 14th.
That's correct, yes.
Now, this original complaint, the entire thing that is exhibit number 2, is that still up on the Secretary of State website?
Yes.
So it was posted, you believe, about April 12th of 2021, about 3 days after you dismissed it, correct?
Correct.
And it's been continually posted publicly since then.
Correct.
I believe we will have a stipulation that is to exhibits 5 through 14, which is the certification from the Bureau of Elections to the records for the LeBrand versus Unlock Michigan, MCFR and MM web hosting. And then exhibits 6 through 14, which is the actual web hosting of the complaint and the related responses, rebuttals, and other documents, which I separated out just because it's so much larger. It'd be easier to go through. So I separated them. Is that correct for the purposes of exam only?
Well, that is correct. For purposes of exam only, we stipulate the admissibility of those exhibits. I believe they're 6 through 14.
6 through 14, not 5 through 14.
Well, 5 is the certification.
Okay.
6 through 14 is the entire web posting that I broke up. Correct?
Correct.
Those exhibits are admitted by stipulation.
Thank you, Mr. Did there come a time that Robert LeBrand filed a second complaint that involved MCFR as well as 2 other entities?
Yes, so after the first complaint was dismissed, I dismissed the first complaint for a variety of reasons, and then the bulk of it largely being there were only 5 transactions that were part of the first complaint that didn't rise to the level based on the evidence that was presented in that complaint. So that's largely why the first one was dismissed. Then Mr. LeBrand filed a second one with an attorney this time, presenting more transactions, more evidence, and then filed against the 3 entities that I had mentioned earlier, filed against Unlock Michigan, My Michigan, and MCFR as well.
So I want to go back to something you just said. So you're saying the reason that the first complaint you dismissed is you found there was insufficient evidence. And there was only, you said, 5 transactions that he had pointed out with regard to Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility.
Correct. Yeah, the 5. So the affidavit presented said that Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility maintained $700,000 in its checking account at the time, which meant that those 5 transactions could have been made with or without solicitation. And because of that, that was why I largely dismissed the first one.
What is the problem with solicitation?
It violates the law.
Okay, could you explain that in a little more detail?
So Michigan Campaign Finance Act authorizes corporations to give to ballot question committees. However, corporations in the corporate structure are not allowed to solicit for the purpose of giving to the ballot question committee. So meaning essentially that when we're looking at this, if a corporate structure has enough money in its account that it could make that transaction to the ballot question committee without having to do any sort of fundraising or anything like that, this is just one example, then there's no solicitation, which means that there's no problem. So if a corporate structure, for example, has $5 million in its bank account and makes a $50,000 contribution to a ballot question committee, it may not necessarily be solicitation in that instance. The act of the soliciting, though, for the purpose of giving is what causes a corporation to have to register with our office and form a committee themselves, and then start filing reports disclosing where the money is coming from and who's getting that money and where it's going to.
Did Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility file that paperwork with the Department of State?
No.
But you found insufficient evidence based on what you were presented by Mr. LeBrant and dismissed the original complaint.
That's correct, yes.
And then Mr. LeBrant filed a second complaint with the Department of State, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And he also included allegations against other entities, correct?
That's correct.
And who did that complaint go? He filed against?
It was filed against Michigan My Michigan, which was another corporate structure, and then it was filed against Unlock Michigan, which was a ballot question committee.
Now, looking at People's Exhibit number 6, what are the addresses that are listed for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility and Michigan My Michigan?
Both have the same address of 106 West Avenue Street, site 200, Lansing, Michigan 48933.
When you say site, you're saying what is?
Sorry, it says STE. I'm assuming that's site or suite or something like that.
Now, in general terms, how, in any way, did this second complaint against Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, Unlock Michigan, and Michigan My Michigan differ from the original one that Mr. LeBrant filed by himself?
In general, there was much more evidence provided. So there was more of showing in the complaint of different transactions and different contributions that were made to Unlock. There was more evidence of the financial state of the two entities, meaning in that sense of how much money they would have had to have raised in order to give to Unlock. So there was just more in general provided. I believe there were several exhibits provided with this complaint that kind of detailed some of those things as well. So there was just more in general provided compared to the first one. Whereas the first one just said these 5 transactions appear to be a violation. The second one essentially alleged that the entire structure, for lack of better terms, was violative.
The entire structure of using Michigan My Michigan and Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility. Were alleging that they were doing what?
The complaint was essentially alleging that these two corporations were what's called like basically funneling dark money into the system. So dark money is a term of art that basically is when corporations or any sort of unregulated group, whether it's a corporation or an independent expenditure committee or something like that, takes money and then gives it to a regulated entity. And it's referred to as dark money because there's no disclosure on where that corporation is getting that money from. So the second complaint was in part of essentially alleging that these two corporate structures were enabling a dark money structure and kind of allowing it more and more.
In the course of your employment, did you review the complaint filed by Mr. LeBrant, which is People's Exhibit number 6?
I did, yes.
Did that cause you to author a letter? I'd like you to look at People's Admitted Exhibit 7. It'll be tabbed as in yellow. You'll see the outside. It'll say 7. Did that cause you to author a letter to Unlock Michigan, Michigan My Michigan, and Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility?
Yes.
And what's the date of that letter?
June 3rd, 2021.
And I note that, well, who for Unlock Michigan is the letter addressed to specifically, if anyone?
For Unlock Michigan, it's addressed to Eric Doster, who is Unlock Michigan's attorney.
And
at least at the time.
At the time, how did you come to that conclusion?
I believe they had a petition before us. I don't remember where we were at in the process of processing the ballot question petition itself. But Unlock Michigan had sponsored 2 different ballot questions and had submitted 2 different initiative petitions filing with us. And Eric was Mr. Doster's the attorney that we worked with on that petition.
So Mr. Doster had filed paperwork with the Department of State claiming to be the lawyer for Unlock Michigan.
Yes, that is correct.
And the letters that were sent to Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility and Michigan My Michigan, where were they sent?
106 West Allegan Street, Lansing, Michigan, 48933.
And why were they sent to that address?
Because that was the address that was provided on the complaints.
And this June 3rd, 2021 letter. In this letter, does that explain some basics of the Michigan campaign finance law?
Yes. So, sorry.
Does it explain some penalties?
Yes.
Does it inform them of their ability to file a written response if they desire?
Yes.
Where to file a response?
Yes.
Does it indicate that if they file a response that the original complainant, who was Mr. LeBrant, will have the ability to then file a rebuttal?
Yes.
Do you, in fact, once again, specifically cite on page 2, MCL 169.215, subsection 10, on page 2 of your letter?
Yes, I do.
Is this letter that you authored on June 3rd, 2021, very similar to the one you sent originally out to just MCFR from the first LeBrant complaint?
Yes.
Now, looking at Exhibit 8, did you receive a response from Michigan My Michigan and Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility?
For this complaint.
For this complaint,
Yes.
the second complaint filed by Mr. LeBrant. We could call it complaint number 2. The one that was filed by Mr. LeBrant, which you indicated was with the assistance of a lawyer. Did you receive a response from Michigan My Michigan and Michigan Citizen for Fiscal Responsibility in response to the June 3rd, 2021 letter. Did you
Yes.
receive a response?
I did.
Okay. And is that response what is People's Admitted Exhibit 8?
Yes, it is.
And what is the date on People's Admitted Exhibit 8?
July 16th, 2021.
And can you tell me who is it specifically addressed to?
It is addressed to me.
Okay, can you read us the caption as to how it's addressed?
So it says Adam Percassi, Bureau of Elections, Michigan Department of State, 430 West Allegan, first floor, Lansing, Michigan, 48918.
Can you read us the next line where it says re?
It says response of Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility and Michigan, My Michigan, to complaint dated May 25th, 2021, filed by Robert LeBrant.
And then can you please read us that first paragraph?
It says, Dear Mr. Percassi, this office represents Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, MCFR, and Michigan, My Michigan, MMM, collectively the respondents in the above referenced matter. We are in receipt of your letter dated June 3rd, 2021, in which you notify respondents that a new complaint was filed by Robert LeBrant, and a footnote, number 1. Please allow this letter to serve as respondent's response to the complaint and a request that it be dismissed.
How did you receive this July 16th, 2021 response in what is People's Exhibit number 8?
I believe via email.
And what date was it emailed to you?
The same date that it was dated, I believe, on July 16th, 2021.
So you received it July 16th. It was emailed to you July 16th, 2021.
Yes.
Now, in the July 16th, 2021 letter, which is a response of MCFR and MMM, does it make reference to the September 9th, 2020 response to the first LeBrant complaint?
Yes, and it included it as an attachment with their July 2021 response.
So you're saying that I'm sorry, let me go back. So the response that was sent to you July 16th included the July 16th, 2021 letter. How many pages was that? You can look.
So I'm sorry, the July 2021 letter you're asking. how many
July
pages that was?
16, 2021. How many pages are dated July 16, 2021?
7.
But that's not all that was sent to you July 16, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
What else was sent to you July 16, 2021?
The September 9th of 2020 response was included as an attachment. So it was the letter from the attorney plus the affidavit that was provided in the first response as well.
So July 16, 2021, you received a 7-page letter dated response of MCFR and MMM. You also received the 9/20/2020 response of MCFR, and you also received Exhibit 1, which was the document labeled Affidavit of Heather Lombardini, also dated September 9, 2020.
That's correct, yes.
And they all were emailed to you on July 16, 2020.
That's 2021.
I'm sorry, 2021. I apologize. So basically, those three documents were all emailed to you
That's correct.
on 2021 in response to you sending the June 3rd, 2021 letter to MCFR and MMM. Correct?
Yes.
After you receive those three documents from MCFR and MMM on July 16, 2021, do you then send those documents to Mr. LeBrant for a rebuttal?
Yes, I sent it to his attorney at this point.
Okay.
But yes.
Is that what appears in People's Exhibit number 9? Oh, I'm sorry. That is the original dismissal. I apologize. Correct.
Exhibit number 9.
Exhibit 9, I think.
This was that's correct. This is the exhibit number 9 is the dismissal for the first complaint.
I'm in exhibit number 10.
Yes, exhibit 10, the first page is the rebuttal letter that I sent to Mr. Brewer, giving him the opportunity to respond to the responses that I've received. And then oh, sorry.
Is exhibit number 10 the letter you sent to the attorney for Mr. LeBrant notifying that they had the right to file a rebuttal?
Yes.
And is exhibit number 11 the rebuttal statement that Mr. LeBrant submitted to you?
Through his attorney, yes.
Yes, through his attorney. I'd like you to look at exhibit number 12. I'd like you to look that over because I know it's been a while since you've looked at that document. Mr. Bessie, have you had an opportunity to review People's Exhibit number 12?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Can you tell us in general terms what that document is and what it's dated?
So it's dated October 27th, 2021. This is the determination that I made in the complaint. After we go through the back and forth of the complaints, then we give the notice, we receive a response to the complaint. There's a rebuttal period. We then make a determination based on everything that's presented to us. This document is the determination that I wrote.
And how long is this letter of this determination that you wrote?
It's 5 pages.
Is it fair to say you have a lot of facts and figures in there?
Yes, I think so.
And what was your determination?
I concluded that there was reason to believe that a violation had occurred. There were, when reviewing as part of the complaints, the 990 forms came in, and just reviewing all of the responses and everything like that, there was enough evidence to make me believe that Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility and Michigan could not have made those transactions, the contributions to Unlock Michigan, without having to raise money to do that. So because of that, they were obligated then to form a committee themselves and disclose the contributions and expenditures that they were making.
When you say 990s, can you state formally what you mean by 990s?
990 is the title. I think it's a form number at the IRS, but corporations, I don't know if it's all, but at least some corporations have to file disclosing like account balances and things like that, and in basic terms, and it's filed with the IRS.
Looking at the 5th page, can you read the paragraph that starts this letter?
It says, this letter serves to notify you and your clients that the department has determined there may be reason to believe that your clients have violated the act, and serves to notify you and your clients that the department is beginning the informal resolution process. And quote, if after 90 business days, the Secretary of State is unable to correct or prevent further violation by these informal methods, the Secretary of State shall do either the following, colon, and then I drop down and say, A, refer this matter to the Attorney General for the enforcement of any criminal penalty provided by this act, or B, commence a hearing as provided in subsection 11 for enforcement of any civil violation, end quote. And then I cite MCL 169.215 sub 11.
And then can you read then the next the next sentence?
Please contact the undersigned at percassia@michigan.gov by 5 p.m. on Friday, November 5th to discuss a resolution to matter, including additional information your clients may be able to provide that may affect the department's determination of the scope of any violation that may have occurred.
Now, when is this the only letter that you have sent out to a corporation where you felt that they had potentially violated the act?
No.
Do all cases where you send out this similar type of letter result in charges and fines?
No, there's a variety of resolutions that can occur.
Can you explain what those possible resolutions are?
Yeah, so so we are tasked under the statute, we are mandated to start an informal resolution process before we take a one of those 2 formal steps. Depending on a variety of different things, resolution could be dismissal, meaning that we could initially say that we think that there is a violation, and then when we're resolving it, reverse ourselves. We could issue a warning. We can require reports be filed, things like that. subject to any late filing fees or anything like that. And then we can have fines as well associated and enter into a conciliation agreement. So it can be a variety of different resolutions in that informal process.
What would cause you to reverse yourself or dismiss it?
If evidence was provided that wasn't provided before, I've reversed myself in that instance where I initially said there was a violation. And upon getting documents from, like during that informal process, so for example, I had a recent one where they dealt with fundraising, and I found the violation and I asked them to disclose contributions and expenditures. When they provided me the records, it became clear to me that they actually didn't. They did what they were supposed to do, but it was explained to me in that earlier process incorrectly. So I ended up reversing myself and saying there was no violation, and it was fine.
Did you attempt to engage in the same process with MMM and MCFR with their attorney after sending this letter dated October 27, 2021, Exhibit 12?
I did.
Okay. Were you successful?
I was not.
Did you get the documents from MMM and MCFR that you were requesting?
No. They gave me, I'm gonna actually clarify that. So I asked for a couple of things. They gave me a copy of the 990 that was available on the IRS's website. And then in addition to that, I asked for a list of contributions, no names above certain threshold, and they did not provide that. They provided me with publicly available information that was already in my possession.
So they didn't give you anything that wasn't publicly available that you already had? What you're saying?
Yes. I'm trying to remember at the time if the second 990 that they gave me was posted or not, but they only gave me the 990s.
Did you ever make a determination about how much you think did you ever make an offer with regard to a monetary fine to and with regard to MCFR?
No, I'm going to object. I'm not sure. I've been somewhat patient. I'm not sure what this relates to as far as the UMP charges.
It actually goes to UMP with regard to pecuniary loss, with regard to motivation as to filing of a false document. Under People versus Carter, I believe it's not mandatory, but it is in fact something with regard to motive as to why someone would file that.
I totally disagree.
If you disagree with her position on People v. Carter establishing pecuniary loss, that's what you're saying?
Well, Your Honor, and this is an issue we'll need to address at another point in time, and that is the scope of the UMP statute, 750.249 and subpart 248, but it's not encompassed in either of those statutes.
Okay, I'm going to take your objection under advisement. I'm going to allow her to proceed with the question.
Did you ever make an offer with regard to settled with regard to MCFR to the attorney for MCFR?
I did.
And what was the amount?
I sent, so we had pretty extensive back and forth of trying to resolve it, where I was attempting to get records. At one point I offered to just let me come in and look at them and not even take possession. And ultimately it got to the point that I got beyond the resolution period and said, send a conciliation agreement, and basically said this is our offer was dollar for dollar for the amount of the improper contribution. And the initial offer that I made was about 1.7 million.
So you believe the improper contribution by MCFR was how much?
About $1.7 million.
The improper contribution that MCFR made who?
Made to Unlock Michigan. Actually, I want to clarify. So the contribution itself was okay. It was the amount of the the missing disclosed contributions to MCFR. So our determination was that MCFR should have registered as a committee and should have filed reports. And in those reports, they had to disclose contributions and they had to disclose where they were getting this money from. That amount that we were saying they failed to disclose was 1.78 million. They can make the contribution to unlock, that was okay. But they had obligations under the statute that they did not comply with, was what we were, what my determination was. And that was the dollar for dollar value.
Were you ever able to resolve the case with regard to Michigan, My Michigan, and Michigan Citizen for Fiscal Responsibility?
I was not. Not at my end. My resolution was referral.
Referral to?
The Department of Attorney General.
And when was that done?
I believe it was June.
If you could look at exhibit number 14, if it would refresh your recollection.
That's right. It was June 3rd of 2022.
With regard to People's Exhibit number 6 through 14, which is call it the entire response, the letters back and forth, the referral to the Attorney General for the LeBranch complaint number 2 or against MMM, MCFR, Unlock Michigan. All of that entire complaint number 2, was that posted on the Secretary of State website?
Yes.
Okay. When was that posted on the Secretary of State website?
It was posted the same day we made the referral, on June 3rd, 2022.
And is it still on the Secretary of State website?
Yes.
And that is pursuant to 169.215 subsection 10, correct?
Yes.
Which is again a statute you specifically cite to in your initial letter to Unlock Michigan, Michigan, My Michigan, MCFR in People's Exhibit 7. When you notify them of the second LeBranch complaint, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it's still up on the Secretary of State website even today.
Yes.
I have nothing further of Mr. Percassi.
Thank you. I have just a few questions from Mr. Cassie. Mr. Cassie, good morning. As I understand it, you are an employee of the Michigan Bureau of Elections. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're a lawyer?
I am.
All right. And you're not a law enforcement officer in any sense, are you? You know, like a police officer?
I am not.
And your duties with the Michigan Bureau of Elections, I think you told us, primarily relate to legal analysis. Is that true?
That's only part of it.
All right. But it essentially involves enforcement of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act. Isn't that true?
That's part of my job, yes.
Okay. And that's the part of your job that we're talking about and have talked about today, right?
That's correct.
All right. So we talked about the fact that there was an initial complaint that was made by Mr. LeBranch, right?
Yes.
And as a result of that complaint, you sent out a letter asking for a response from Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, true?
Yes.
And that was the entity against whom Mr. LeBrant was complaining, right?
Yes,
He wasn't complaining about a particular individual, was he?
he filed the complaint against the entity itself.
And not an individual. Correct?
Correct.
And not against certainly Heather Lombardini, correct?
Correct.
And you ultimately, in your position with the Michigan Department Bureau of Elections, got a response on behalf of the entity that was being complained against, right?
Correct.
And that response didn't come from Heather Lombardini, did it?
It came from the attorney, from the entity's attorney.
Right. And that response came in the form of a letter, right?
Correct.
And as we've discussed, attached to the letter, there was an affidavit, right?
Yes.
That was purported to be the affidavit of Heather Lombardini, right?
Correct.
And as you told us, the affidavit was not notarized, right?
Correct.
And did Heather Lombardini sign the affidavit?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because see her signature on the document.
Are you familiar with her signature?
I am not.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not she signed the affidavit, true?
I don't know whether she specifically signed it.
Right. Okay. And with regard to this affidavit, it wasn't presented to you personally, was it?
It was, I believe it was emailed directly to
Okay,
me.
let me, that was a poor question. Let me ask the question again. Ms. Lombardini didn't come in and hand you her affidavit and say, here's my affidavit.
I don't believe so.
Oh, you know that's the case. It came as part of an attachment to a letter, right?
It came as part of an attachment to a letter. I believe it came via email. What I'm saying is I don't believe she came in or that Mr. Shepherd came in.
You don't have any knowledge or any facts that Ms. Lombardini actually with her affidavit filed it anywhere, do you?
I do what I know.
It wasn't filed with the Secretary of State, was it?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. What I'm trying to establish is the context in which you got this affidavit. And I think we can agree that you got the affidavit as an attachment to a letter from a lawyer, right?
Correct.
That's how you got it.
That's correct.
And you don't have any information or knowledge that it was actually filed in some fashion, do you? It was simply an attachment to a letter.
So the letter was sent to us.
I
So
understand
guess
that.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what your word, like, what do you mean by filed?
What I mean is that this was a correspondence that was received by you, correct?
Correct.
A letter, just like many letters you receive every day, true?
Yes.
But beyond that, you don't have any information about the affidavit itself. Isn't that true?
I have exactly what was presented to me. Yes.
All right. Ron, I don't have any further questions for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Mr. Capacity, when you sent out the first letter to Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, 106 West Allegan Street, Suite 200 in Lansing, Michigan, you signed your name because you authored the letter, correct?
Correct.
And you signed it, Bureau of Elections, Michigan Department of State, correct?
Correct.
And not 4 lines above your signature, you cite the statute MCL 169.215 subsection 10, correct?
Is that in the first notice that I sent?
The first notice.
Yes.
So you sent the letter on behalf of the Department of State Bureau of Elections, correct?
Correct. So the Bureau of Elections is part of the Department of State.
This isn't personal correspondence.
Correct.
You're acting on behalf of the Department of State Bureau of Elections.
Yes, when I send these letters, I'm acting in my official capacity as an employee for the Bureau of Elections in the Department of State.
And does 169.215 subsection 10 state that no later than 45 business days after receipt of a rebuttal statement submitted under subsection 5, or if no response or rebuttal is received under subsection 5, the Secretary of State shall post on the Secretary of State's internet website whether or not there may be reason to believe that a violation of this act has occurred?
Yes.
Is that not in fact the very first sentence of the statute that you cite in
Yes.
your letter?
Yes.
So in the response that you receive on September 9th, 2020, it is addressed to Adam Fracassi. It reads Bureau of Elections, Michigan Department of State, correct?
Yes.
Does that letter say, hey, Adam, how you doing? How's your mom?
No.
Is this personal correspondence?
No.
Is this a professional response?
Yes.
In fact, how is the letter addressed as a response? What does it say where it says read?
It says response of Michigan citizens for fiscal responsibility to complaint filed by Robert S. LeBrun.
Now, below your name, where it says Bureau of Elections and Michigan Department of State, what's the physical address listed on this September 9th, 2020 response of MCFR?
It's 430 West Allegan, first floor, Lansing, Michigan, 48918.
Is that your home?
No.
What's that address?
That's the address for the Department of State's building. The 430 West Allegan is the Austin building in downtown Lansing, and the first floor is where the Bureau of Elections is.
So would you consider the September 9, 2020 response of Michigan citizens for fiscal responsibility to complaint filed by Robert LeBrun kind of a personal letter or a formal response to a complaint filed with the Department of State?
I would treat this as a formal response to a formal complaint filed by the department, filed with the Department of State.
And it had to be posted to the Secretary of State website pursuant to law, correct?
Correct. Yeah, the whole process that we go through, and that's partly why I cite 21510, my initial notice letter, is because it's all driven by statute. And I cite that because it's to notify folks that if I'm investigating, I'm mandated to do it this way. I'm mandated to post it online. This is exactly how we're going to follow this
And
process.
you notified MCRF of that both in the initial letter before they sent the response to you. That is the response of 9/9/20, correct?
Correct. I notify everybody, and that appears in every letter that I sent when we're investigating.
And again, when Mr. LeBrun sent the second complaint, you sent a second initial letter dated June 3rd, 2021, which is in Exhibit 7, correct? And again, is this a personal correspondence or is this a formal business letter sent from the Department of State?
This is formal correspondence sent from the Department of State.
And below your signature, what are the lines below your signature?
It says, my signature appears, and it says Adam Percassi, and then Bureau of Elections, Michigan Department of State.
And 4 lines above sincerely, what statute cited? 4 lines right above sincerely in the signature line.
I again cite MCL 169.215 sub 10.
And that's the statute that mandates that it shall be posted on the Secretary of State website, correct?
Correct.
And in response to that letter saying there's been a formal complaint filed, you have the opportunity to respond where you cite the statute that it will be posted. You get a response from MCFR and MMM, which is in People's Exhibit 8, correct?
Correct.
And you get that, and it's emailed directly to you. And how is that addressed?
It's again addressed to me. It says me, Bureau of Elections, Michigan Department of State, and the address provided is 430 West Allegan, first floor, Lansing, Michigan, 48918.
What's the read?
Response of Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility and Michigan My Michigan to complaint dated May 25, 2021, filed by Robert LeBrand.
Does this letter, what Mr. Kramer describes as a letter, does this say, hey, Adam, did you catch the concert last week in the park? How about those Tigers? Does it say, anything personal in this letter?
No.
Anything informal about it?
No, not that I would say is informal.
Nothing informal. What is it?
I would treat this again as a formal response to a complaint submitted with our office.
A formal response to a complaint filed with the Department of State.
Correct.
And this is a formal response to the complaint.
Correct.
And the 7/16/21 included the 9/9/20 response, which also included the document labeled affidavit of Heather Lombardini, correct?
Correct.
And again, this was filed after you've already notified them a second time that it would be posted on the Secretary of State website, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mike and Mr. Fracassi, this formal response the Assistant Attorney General has talked about and you described comes from a lawyer on behalf of the entity, right? It's not sent by Ms. Lombardini or presented to you by Ms. Lombardini personally, was it?
Correct.
Mr. Foxy, there is a sequestration order, so you're not allowed to discuss any portions of your testimony with any other witnesses. Other than that, may this witness be excused.
I would ask that you be excused. I believe you would be going back to the office, so it needed to be recalled. I believe this is quite close.
Well, that's
Any
fine.
objection?
No, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Foxy.
We'll take about 5 minutes. If anyone needs you for the rest of them, and then you can call your next witness.
Thank you.
The people would call Jennifer Kapuscinski.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the information you're going to provide is true to the best of your knowledge, information, or belief?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
And before we begin the testimony with Kapuscinski, I want to do a couple of quick housekeeping matters.
Okay.
I have removed exhibit number 17. I'll let Mr. Kramer know so you can cross it off the list. For exam purposes only, I've spoken with Mr. Kramer, and there's going to be a stipulation with regard to exhibit number 18 and 19, which are the certification of records for the Microsoft and Google records. Is that correct?
It is correct.
And then with regard to exhibit 20, which is the Lara records for the corporate filings for NCFR. And then exhibits 40 through 46, 40 being the Capital National Bank record certification, and then 41 through 46 being the actual banking records for Capital National Bank for exam purposes only. Is that correct?
Exam purposes only, that is correct.
Okay, 40 through 46.
So it should be 18, 19, 20, and then 40 through 46.
Okay, so the 13 removed, 18, 19, 20, and 40 to 46 submitted via step. Thank you. And you can continue. When you're ready.
Good morning, ladies. Could you please state your name and your employment?
Special Agent Jennifer Kapuscinski. I am a special agent employed by the Michigan Department of Attorney General.
Let me just have her spell her last name for the record.
Sure. It's Kapushinski.
Thank you.
In the course of your employment, did you become assigned to an investigation involving a potential violation of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act?
Yes.
And was that from a referral sent to the Attorney General's office by the Department of State?
Yes.
Did that involve 3 entities?
Yes.
What were those 3 entities?
It involved Unlock Michigan, MCFR, or Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, and Michigan, My Michigan, or MMM.
What, in general terms, what was Unlock Michigan that you understood?
Unlock Michigan was a ballot question committee that launched a petition drive aimed at initially trying to repeal the 1945 law that gave Governor Whitmer the ability to extend the state of emergency during the COVID pandemic. And with MCFR, that is a 501c4 organization, tax exempt, that claims to promote social welfare, and that is also what Michigan, My Michigan is as well.
And that information that you received with regard to MCFR, was that from their corporate filings?
Yes.
As part of your investigation into Unlock Michigan, MCFR, and MMM, did that lead to the Department of Attorney General issuing investigative subpoenas and doing investigative subpoena interviews?
Yes.
Did you check Lara's corporate website for MCFR and other entities?
Yes.
Did you check Lara's corporate website to investigate who was the president of MCFR and who the officers were?
Yes.
Could you tell us who the president of MCFR was in 2019 and 2020?
The president then was Heather Lundberg.
Do you know who the treasurer was?
Ellen Kletzka.
Did you go to that corporate website and obtain the certified corporate filings for MCFR?
Yes.
Did part of your investigation lead you to obtain search warrants?
Yes.
Was one of the search warrants obtained for Bright Sparks?
Yes.
Was Bright Sparks address 106 West Allegan, Suite 200, Lansing 48933?
Yes.
What is that, Bright Sparks?
It's a public relations fundraising consultant type business.
Were there any other businesses registered at 106 West Allegan, Suite 200, Lansing, Michigan, 48933?
Yes.
What other businesses or entities?
Both MCFR and MMM have that same address.
Did you and other agents execute search warrants at the offices of Bright Sparks, which is also the offices of MMM and MCFR?
Yes.
Whose office is it also?
Also Heather Lombardini's.
Were you there when the search warrant was executed?
Yes.
What day?
January 18th, 2023.
Was Heather Lombardini there at the time?
Yes.
Did she make any claims about MCFR?
During the course of the search warrant, she did mention that she was the president of MCFR.
When she made that claim, was she under arrest?
No.
Was she being interrogated by anybody from the Michigan Department of Attorney General?
No.
Did the Michigan Department of Attorney General recover any documents during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
Did you and your fellow agents go through a bunch of drawers and rifle through files?
No.
At the office there?
No, we did not.
Why not?
When we were there, Heather Lombardini had, I don't recall her exact wording, but she knew that we would be coming, and so there were binders prepared for us to go through that had the documentation we were looking for.
So Ms. Lombardini stated that she knew you guys were coming and she already had binders prepared.
Yes, I don't know if she specifically prepared them for us or if that's how they regularly maintain the records, but they were ready for us to review.
Did you just take the binders and leave?
No.
What did you do with the binders when you were at the offices of Bright Sparks, Ms. Lombardini, MMM, and MCFR?
We utilized their copy machine that was on site to make a copy of every document that we were going to take from the binders, and we left Ms. Lombardini with the copy.
So you left a copy on site of every document that you were taking from the location?
Correct.
And when you took the documents and you left the location of 106 West Allegan, Suite 200 in Lansing, what did you do with those documents?
I then scanned in those documents to generate an electronic copy.
Pursuant to the search warrant that you had, were you entitled to a list of donors?
Yes.
Did Ms. Lombardini have a list of the names and addresses of the donors in the search warrant timeframe?
She did not have one handy at the time.
Now, when the search warrant is being executed, did Ms. Lombardini have an attorney in her physical office with her?
One did join us shortly after the start of our search warrant.
Okay. Did she have contact with an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, let me back up. Who was the physical attorney who showed up?
I don't recall the exact last name, but it was Cole. I believe his first name was Cole. I'd have to refer to my report to recall his last name.
So an attorney showed up?
Yes.
A representative. But from the beginning of the execution of the search warrant, was there someone that Ms. Lombardini was having contact with that was her lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that?
That was Matthew Schneider.
Okay, and how was she having contact with attorney Matthew Schneider?
Via her cell phone.
Okay. Now, was this Was she just on her cell phone or was she on speakerphone with Attorney Matthew Schneider?
She had placed Matthew Schneider on speakerphone.
Okay, and is this during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, was someone from the Attorney General's office also in communication with Mr. Schneider while he's on the phone?
Yes.
So that Attorney Schneider could ask questions or dictate responses to the Attorney General's office?
Yes.
Did Ms. Lombardini make any statements about Matthew Schneider with regard to representation?
When I had initially arrived at the office and initially I'd asked to speak with Ellen Kletzka, I was informed she's on vacation. I then asked if Heather Lombardini was there. An office clerk or receptionist guided me to her office. And once I announced who I was to her from the Attorney General's office, she had said, I don't recall her exact wording, but she said that I would have to contact her attorney, Matthew Schneider, with any concerns.
And contact was made with Mr. Schneider?
Yes, after that statement, I informed her that I had a search warrant to execute and I did not have to wait to speak to him to execute it. At that time, that is when she called Matthew Schneider.
When you were looking for the list of donors, she had the binders, she had 2 binders, correct?
Correct.
And one of the binders was for
MMM.
And the other binder was for
MCFR.
Okay, and when you're looking for the list of the names and addresses of the donors during the time frame that's specified in the search warrant, what did Ms. Lombardini say, if anything, about that list?
If there was anything missing that we were looking for, Ellen Kletzka would be the one that would likely have it, and she'd be able to get that to us once Ellen Kletzka was back from vacation.
And did Ms. Lombardini state that Matthew Schneider was her attorney or was not her attorney?
I don't recall that she specified if he was her personal attorney or if he strictly represented Michigan by Michigan and MCFR, but it was referred to as her attorney.
Okay, as her attorney. Did you reach an agreement with regard to the searching of the offices and the files and the computers with attorney Matt Schneider?
Yes.
Okay. Did the search warrant cover going through the files?
Yes.
Did the search warrant cover going through the office?
Yes.
Did the search warrant cover taking the electronic equipment?
Yes.
Okay. Did the Attorney General's office go through the files and through the whole office and take the computer equipment?
Other than the binders, no.
Why not?
We established an agreement with Matthew Schneider that the missing documents that we were looking for, that he would be able to facilitate us obtaining those once Ellen Kletzka was back from vacation, as opposed to us taking all of the electronics and going through the entire office and disrupting their business.
And was Ms. Lombardini in the same room when this is going on, this conversation that's being held between the Attorney General's office and her attorney, Matthew Schneider, on her cell phone?
Yes.
And did Attorney Matthew Schneider send that documentation to the Michigan Department of Attorney General?
Yes.
And in what form was that document or documentation sent to the Michigan Department of Attorney General?
It was sent via email.
Okay. And what documentation was it?
It included some tax documents as well as spreadsheets listing donors within the requested time frame on our search warrants.
And did Attorney Matthew Schneider send it directly to you and some other special agents?
Yes.
I would like you to look at People's Proposed Exhibit number 37. Oh, I'm sorry. Beg your pardon. That is the spreadsheet. I'd like you to look at people's proposed exhibit number 37.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a document that Attorney Matthew Schneider sent you pursuant to the agreement that he was going to send you some of the lists of the donors?
Yes.
Can you describe generally what the document is?
It is a spreadsheet for MCFR listing the donors and the amounts and the dates for those that contributed to MCFR within our requested date range.
And I would move to admit people's proposed exhibit 37.
Any objection to people 37?
None for the purposes of the exam. Thank you.
Now, did you obtain search warrants for email accounts that belonged to Mike Shirkey and Heather Lombardi?
Yes.
Did you receive documents back from Google and Microsoft?
Yes.
Do you know a ballpark about how many records, that is, items that you received combined from those search warrants?
Approximately 73,000.
When I say records, what do records include that you received back between the search warrant served on Google and on Microsoft?
Records can include calendar items, emails, both sent and received, attachments that came with those emails or were sent with those emails, just anything that can come and go or be associated with your email account. Contacts.
Would it include images?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that not all 73,000 records were relevant to your investigation?
Correct.
When you found something that was relevant to your investigation, what did you do with it?
Anything that I determined could be potentially relevant to the investigation, I made an electronic copy and I would save that copy in a separate folder that was labeled, I believe, relevant emails. That way I wouldn't have to go back through 73,000 emails again to find them.
Did you more recently review some of the emails you thought were more relevant?
Yes.
Did you also review the banking records from Capital National Bank that you received pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes.
Were you able to match up any of the emails and donations, comparing emails and donations to the banking records to the emails belonging to Heather Lombardi?
Yes.
And how about with regard to donation checks that were donations made to MCFR that show up in the Capital National Bank accounts?
Yes.
What about wire transfers that were made either to MCFR or made from the MCFR account to Unlock Michigan?
Yes.
And instead of addressing this 20 times, in all email texts that are not the words of Heather Lombardini and any email exhibits that I am going to offer, the words that are not the words of Heather Lombardini are not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but are only to give context to the words of Heather Lombardini or Heather Lombardini's responses. That's just for all of the emails.
Is there gonna be an objection placed on the record?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm assuming that the Assistant Attorney General is trying to suggest there's a hearsay exception that might be appropriate to these emails. For the purpose of the examination, I'm not going to object on the basis of hearsay.
I just wanted to be clear that I was planning on introducing them. If you could please turn. Oh, I'm sorry. Eddie Kapuscinski, I'm going to hand you what his people's proposed exhibit number 21. Which, because it is an email exchange, it actually starts on page 2. For example, this is only, do you have any objection to the admission of people's proposals to the 21?
For example, this is only okay.
Move to admit 21.
21 is admitted.
I'm going to have you read this email exchange, which begins actually on the second page, and I will note below the first email exchange, there is a logo. And Agent Kapuscinski, to avoid having you read this logo 30 times, I'm going to ask you, when you were reviewing the emails of Heather Lombardini, did you see a business or professional logo on Heather Lombardini's emails that she was using back in 2020?
Yes.
Is that the logo that you see on People's Exhibit 21?
Yes.
Can you please describe it for us?
It has Heather Lombardini's name as well as her title, which is Managing Director in Lansing. It has an office phone number for her as well as a mobile phone number, a website, www.lambert.com. And then to the right of it is a Lambert logo. And below that is the address 106 West Allegan Street, Suite 200, Lansing 48933. And then below that, it lists cities that Lambert is located in.
And you see that logo on numerous emails throughout your search during the year of 2020?
Yes.
I would incorporate that and ask that you not read that over and over again. And do you recognize the address of 106 West Allegan Street, Suite 200, Lansing, 48933 from anywhere else?
Yes.
Where you recognize that street from?
It is Bright Sparks address, as well as it was Michigan, My Michigan's address, and Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility.
All right, going to page 2, which is the start of this email chain. Can you start reading the date, who it's from, and then read the email itself, the text?
Where it says, starts with on Monday, June 22nd, 2020 at 1:29 p.m. Heather Lombardini, Lombardini@lambert.com wrote, I have another $157,000 in my possession. I just don't want to wire immediately if I don't have to at the moment. I just don't want to show money from my end coming in and then going out immediately. I have a few more checks in the works that are coming through me. People seem more comfortable sending it our way versus Unlock Michigan. Ed Levy is the only person so far that I have gotten to agree to send to Unlock Michigan. That ask was $25,000. I worked with his assistant on Friday as they were working on getting a check processed. Can you let me know when that check arrives? The response to that is from Fred Wazolik, Fred@strategyworks.agency on Monday, June 22nd, 2020 at 1:31 p.m. to Heather Lombardini with Mary Doster CC'd in the email, with the subject being $2 signs. Mr. Wazolik's response is sure, but if you could send on Wednesday, that would be great. On Monday, June 22nd, 2020 at 5:44 p.m., Heather Lombardini wrote, that works for me. Can you just give me an idea of when you need money and how much going forward? I just want to make sure you have what you need and when. Fred Wazolik then responds Monday, June 22nd, 2020 at 5:46 p.m. to Heather Lombardini. I'll share the budget sheet with you in Google Sheets. One tab is the month-by-month budget. The second tab has weekly cash flow. Heather Lombardini then responded on Monday, June 22nd, 2020 at 5:48 p.m. to Fred Wazolik. Thank you. I have money coming in from all over the place, and I just want to make sure my timing works with your timing.
Okay, with regard to the first original email, which is on page 2, can you please use the highlighter you have there and highlight where it starts the actual text, where it says, I have another, and then finish highlighting where it says 25,000.
Brandon, might have a moment. I just need the.
It's a matter of when can you get it, because like I said,
I understand.
give it to a secretary, but
Who said so? All right, we'll have to figure that out.
All right,
Go ahead.
but
But with regard to this.
not, you're.
You don't have
okay
to
with
show
being
me each of these.
Okay,
right?
thank you. All right, then it'll be much quicker. Okay. Do you have any objection to People's Exhibit 22?
No objection. Your Honor, we might indicate that just for efficiency's sake, and I appreciate the Assistant Attorney General showing me each of these emails. I don't need to really see them in advance of having the witness actually talk about them or read them. but I am gonna need at some point a copy of each of these exhibits, so we'll have to work through the mechanics of that at some point.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'm gonna a copy as well at some point too. so.
Yes,
I will be providing you
Okay,
the
that's
official exhibit book. But-
similar to how I handled the last one. I'll
Mhm.
be reviewing them off the record anyways.
Is 22 admitted then?
22 is admitted.
Agent Kapuscinski, if you could please read the text from exhibit 22.
Would you like me to start from the from? at the
Yes,
top?
please.
From Heather Lombardini to Robert Shostak and Michael Shirky, subject Anthony Suave, date Friday, June 26, 2020 at 8:07:57 PM. Attachments W9 MCFR 2019 PDF, Unlock Michigan Elevator Speech PDF. Good evening. As a follow-up to our conversation this morning, Senator Shirky is asking for Mr. Swab to consider a donation to the Senate Republican Caucus, SRCC, for the following for 2020. $41,975 SRCC. This would be hard dollars / personal check. $100,000 MCFR. This is the Senate C4 account. We would use $50,000 for the caucus and $50,000 for the Citizens Initiative we talked about this morning. I am attaching a one-page document that explains the initiative and the W9 for the C4. The corporate account is a non-disclosed account that can receive unlimited funds. The website, which also includes information, is www.unlockmichigan.com. We appreciate the consideration and welcome the opportunity for a dialogue with Mr. Swab. Have a wonderful weekend and thank you for all that you do. Best, Heather.
I'd like you to take that highlighter. And where it starts, the dollar amount 100,000, I'd like you to start highlighting there and finish the highlighting at the end of unlockmichigan.com. You completed that?
Yes.
I'd like you to turn to page 2 of the email. Can you tell us what page 2 is?
Page 2 is the W9 for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility.
And what is I'm sorry, and on page 2 of the W9 for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, about 3/4 of the way down, where it says sign here, signature of US person. What name appears to be the signature on that line?
Heather Lombardini.
Is there a date?
Yes.
What's that date?
3/12/2019.
And does the W9 indicate what type of entity Michigan Citizen for Fiscal Responsibility is towards the top of the page?
Yes.
What does it indicate?
A 501c4.
And this is the first attachment listed on this email, correct?
Correct.
And what is the second attachment to this email?
It is labeled Unlock Michigan Elevator Speech PDF.
And what is the title of the document when you flip to the second attachment?
It's titled Unlock Michigan.
What is the first sentence?
Join the fight to unlock Michigan.
And then can you read the very first sentence below that?
Governor Gretchen Whitmer has a position so extreme we must take action. She claims the power to unilaterally declare a state of emergency and indefinitely rule by decree with no limits on her authority to micromanage every aspect of life, society, and commerce for as long as she likes.
Thank you. I'd like you to look at People's Proposed Exhibit number 23. It is July 10th, 2020 emails. I believe Mr. Kramer, for purpose of exam, does not have any objection to, correct?
Correct, John.
Thank you, Cindy. Starting with the first email. Would you please read that from the bottom of the page going up?
From Heather Lombardini on Friday, July 10th, 2020 at 12:05 PM to Megan Ostrow at megan@migop.org, subject Unlock Michigan. Hi, Megan. Great talking with you this morning. Per our conversation, I'm attaching information on the Citizens Initiative project that Senator Shirkey is working on, which is the repeal of the 1945 law. The CI is being run by Fred Wazolik and Ed Ribbit, and handling the money portion of the project. The website is also up and running, www.unlockmichigan.com, where you can sign up to sign the petition, make a donation, or volunteer to circulate petitions. As a FYI, Lee Albright has been hired as well. Please let me know if you need any additional information. Best, Heather. Then on July 10th, 2020 at 12:24 PM, Megan Ostrow wrote, "How much are you trying to raise for this?" Then Heather Lombardini responded back to Megan Ostrow with the subject Unlock Michigan, date Friday, July 10th, 2020 at 12:44:04 PM. 3.8 million sent from my iPhone.
If you could please take that highlighter, and in the original email sent by Heather Lombardini, you could highlight Unlock Michigan and highlight or text where she says, "I am attaching information" through the website unlockmichigan.com, please. With regard to exhibit number 24, I believe for exam purposes only, you don't have an objection. Move to admit because 24. 24 is admitted. If you could read the email itself without going into the background of Senator Shirkey, which I think is irrelevant. That is, read the email itself on June 4th at 10:42, and then the following June 4th at 3:32 PM, please.
Do you want me to read each individual
If you
email
could just
address?
read the name without the email addresses, that would go faster.
Okay. Kirk Smith, Andrew Dobbins, Ron Geisman, Greg Ecker, Norm Winterstein, Brent Hardman, Scott Milnes, Lynn Matson, Jim Terry, Mark Turpin, Cindy Sietz, Bill Dobbins. If you don't mind, I put together a very small tentative agenda. Please let me know your thoughts, keeping it really simple. Welcome, Bill. Bio of Mike Shirkey, if you think this is necessary, but so they know who he is, Bill. Mike Shirkey's speech, background of the project and pitch. Thank you, Bill and Mike. Am I missing anything? Should we send out a reminder to the group? Kristen and I will also be on the Zoom call to answer any logistical questions that anyone might have. I look forward to meeting you tomorrow. Bio is below, Heather. Then from Heather Lombardini to Mike Shirkey and amber.briggs@gmail.com with Kristen Combs and Sarah Kissling CC'd. Subject forward tomorrow, Bill Dobbins. Date Thursday, June 4th, 2020, 3:32:15 p.m. Below is the email that I sent Bill Dobbins today regarding the 9:30 a.m. Zoom call tomorrow. In regards to fundraising, since the Unlock Michigan account is not open yet, I suggest we make the pitch they donate directly to MCFR, which is non-disclosed C4 account. I can answer any logistical questions about that. You know that I literally can make any donation work since we have so many account options. The email went out to just over 50 people. I think we might be close to about 20 people. The invite/email that went out did include the Zoom information in case anyone wants to join that did not RSVP. After the call, let's regroup. I think we may have an opportunity to do another call with those that did or could not attend. I also want to tap the list of 140 West Michigan businesses from Lambert. As a FYI, I did mail Mary Doster the $10,000 check today for Unlock Michigan. She had me send it to her home as she works through the process of getting the account open. She officially was retained to do the books late yesterday per the email I received from her today. So hopefully we should be up and moving by next week on the money side.
You highlight the first sentence of her text where it says below is the email I sent Bill Dobbins today regarding the Zoom call. And highlight the sentence where it says in regards to fundraising, since Unlock Michigan is not open, I suggest we make the pitch they donate directly to MCFR, the non-disclosed C4 account. I can make any donation work. Through the email went out over 50 people. You highlight all the way through the 50 people. We're able to complete that. Now, we also highlight the sentence where it says, as an FYI, I had Mary Doster send the $10,000 check to Unlock Michigan. Are you able to look through the Capital National Bank records for MCFR?
Yes.
Would you turn to admitted exhibit 44, page 1? Are you able to locate the $10,000 check that Heather Lombardini is referencing that she mailed Mary Doster to Unlock Michigan?
Yes.
And is that in exhibit 44?
Yes.
On what page?
Per the page numbers at the bottom right-hand corner of the document, it is on page 1 of 14.
And this is a page number from Capital National Bank?
Correct.
And what check, from the top of the page, what check would that be?
It is the third check down on the left side.
Okay, could you highlight that for us? highlight who it's made out to. Okay, now I want you to go back to People's Proposed Exhibit 25. My understanding, for exam purposes only, you have no objection to People's Proposed 25.
That's correct.
Submitted.
People's 25 appears to be 2 emails. One email and a response with some attachments. If you start reading the first email and then the response.
Do you want me to list all the names that are in the 2 portion?
No, you do not have to send. Oh. Actually, they are relevant because they're the same people you just listed.
Would you like me to leave out the email?
You can leave out all those emails because they are in fact relevant.
From Michael Shirkey, mjshirkey@gmail.com, sent Friday, June 5th, 2020 at 4:37 PM. To Kirk Smith, Andrew Dobbins, Ron Geisman, Greg Ecker, Norm Winterstein, Brent Hardman, Scott Milnes, Lynn Matson, Jim Terry, Mark Turpin, Cindy Stietz, Bill Dobbins, Jay Mooney at integrityprinting.com, David Wolf at acromag.com, Nick Bancroft at agroliquid.com, CC Heather Lombardini, no subject. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to join me on our Zoom call this morning. The message is short and simple and critically important. In order to ensure we never have to experience long-term unilateral government and governance again, we must repeat the 1945 law that has enabled our governor to abuse executive powers without restriction. Since the governor would never sign a bill to repeal this law, we must execute a citizens initiative and pass a (repeal) law without the governor's assistance. But this requires significant efforts and equally significant financial resources. I hope our conversation inspired you to consider supporting this effort. You can contribute with personal or corporate dollars. Attached is the W-9 for the preferred non-disclosed C4 account that we will be using. Checks should be written to Michigan citizens for fiscal responsibility. Any questions or concerns, please direct to me or Heather Lombardini. Thank you sincerely for your consideration. Please share with others at your discretion. We need to spread the load of both effort and mustering the necessary resources. Feel free to pass along my contact information to anyone that might be interested in joining this incredibly important cause. Lastly and shamelessly, as you consider making a contribution, challenge yourself to go outside your comfort zone on this effort. We will all have to go outside our comfort zone. Thank you very, very much. Be safe, be productive, be confident, and be blessed. Serving with and for you, Mike Shirkey. And below that is Heather Lombardini, cell phone number, and H Lombardini at Lambert.com.
And before you continue to read, with that original email from Mike Shirkey sent July 5th, 2020, does there appear to be any attachments to that particular email?
No.
Okay. Now, the next email. That's attached to it. Yes, continue, please.
From Heather Lombardini to Mike Shirkey, CC Sarah Kissling, subject forward, date Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 at 11:41:04 a.m. attachments W9 MCFR 2019 PDF and W9 MCFR 2019 PDF. Below is the email that you sent on Friday, thanking those who attended the Zoom call. Here are the additional 2 emails we were missing. jkeog@joyworkstudio.com, mike@livoniatool.com. You asked, in parentheses, Sarah, looping you in, to send out a direct email today to the group that participated on the call last week. Here is my first stab at being direct. Please make any modifications, and Sarah, we will need for you to send again, please, and thank you. Dear TEC member, thank you once again for participating on the Zoom call last week. Your time and consideration is valued, but I need your help now. I have 3 immediate asks. 1, pass the word along regarding the Zoom call tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. We need to reach as many people as possible. We need to continue building our momentum. 2, I need you to consider writing a check to our cause. Checks can be made payable to Michigan citizens for fiscal responsibility. W9 is attached with details on where to mail the check. Like I said on the call, this is a non-disclosed account, unlimited. 3, circulate petitions amongst your friends and coworkers. You can get petitions directly from Heather once the ballot language is approved. I am hoping I can count on your support. Serving with and for you, Mike Shirkey.
Okay, if you could please take that highlighter. With regard to the email sent by Heather Lombardini on June 10th, 2020 at 11:41, if you could highlight where it says attachments. And highlight her text where it says below is the email that you sent. And through number 3 and the word approved, which is all the text she sent. We're able to highlight all the way through?
Yes.
Now, I'd like you to turn to the first attachment that Heather Lombardini sent. What is the first attachment?
It is a W9 for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility.
And what does it indicate? What type of entity is it?
501c4.
And 2/3 of the way down the page, who does it appear to be signed by?
Heather Lombardini.
And the date?
3/12/2019.
Okay. And the second attachment that she sent with this email, what is that?
It's a W9 for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility.
Does it appear to be the same W9 for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility?
Yes.
Is it also signed by Heather Lombardini?
Yes.
Same March 12th, 2019 date?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at People's Exhibit number 26. I believe for exam purposes only. Stipulating, is that correct?
Stipulate to its admission for exam purposes only, that's correct.
Now, looking at People's Admitted Exhibit 26. Does that have the 2 emails that are contained in 25? That is the email that Mike Shirkey sent on June 25th. And then the June 10th email sent by Heather Lombardini indicating the email you sent, here are the 2 emails we left off. And then her sending the letter saying these are the 3 things. Dear tech member, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so instead of having her reread that portion, I will just incorporate by reference. Okay. short, that's no problem, Mr. Kramer?
Not a problem for me.
Okay, after the June 10th, 2020 email was sent by Heather Lombardini, is there then a response that continues in Exhibit 26? What's the response?
Yes, there is a response. Would you like me to begin reading it?
Yeah, begin reading the response.
Mike Shirkey at mjshirkey@gmail.com sent on Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 at 11:57 a.m. to Heather Lombardini. Subject RE. Perfect letter C1 edit. Personalized address / salutation with their first name. I put an amount in. Thoughts? ? Go. May God continue to bless you and everything and everyone you touch. On June 10th, 2020 at 12:08 p.m., Heather Lombardini wrote, I don't know the group. Is $2,000 a good number for all of them? I trust your judgment. We can get these out ASAP. Mike Shirkey sent on Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 at 12:24 p.m. to Heather Lombardini. Go with it. From Heather Lombardini to Mike Shirkey on Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 at 12:25:50 p.m. on it.
Okay, grab your highlighter, please. You could highlight on it. The top. In the middle of the page where it says, I don't know the group, is $2,000, a good number of them. I trust your judgment. We can get these out ASAP. You can highlight that. Those sentences. And then the email that was sent, which appears on the second page, what reads on June 10th, Heather Lombardini at H. Lombardini wrote all the way through. I'm hoping I can count on your support. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to ask you with regard to Exhibit 26. There are two attachments to Exhibit 26.
Yes, there are two attachments.
What are those attachments?
They are the W-9 for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility.
Is it the same March 12th, 2019 W-9?
Yes.
Are they both signed by Heather Lombardini?
Yes.
Like you to look at people's proposed Exhibit 27. No objection for exam purposes only, correct?
Correct.
I'd like you to look at People's Exhibit 27. Is it fair to say that the original email is the same email from Mike Shirkey dated June 5th with the same list of emails that you recited earlier?
Yes.
Where the subject was blank, good afternoon.
Yes.
And instead of reading it all, I will just incorporate it by reference. read me then the response.
Yes. It's from Heather Lombardini to Paul Altman and Ron Geisman. Subject forward, date Thursday, June 11th, 2020, 10:21:40 PM. Attachments W9, MCFR 2019 PDF. Thank you for joining the call today. We appreciate your time and consideration. I have attached the W9 with the committee name and address. Please, if you have any questions or concerns, please send them my way and I will do my best to assist. Best, Heather.
And is there an attachment to this email?
Yes.
What's the attachment?
It's the W9 for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility. Also signed by Heather Lombardini and dated March 12, 2019.
Can you pull out that trusty highlighter and highlight the attachment and the text of the email from June 11th? Starting with thank you and then signed Heather.
Right.
Saying for exam purposes only, the defense has no objection to people's proposal to the 28th.
Correct.
28 submitted.
Looking at people's 28, you could read the first email, which is towards the bottom of the page, which is at the bottom of the page.
From Heather Lombardini, sent Friday, June 26, 2020 at 7:27 PM to Barb Farah, CC, Michael Shirky, subject thank you. Barb, thank you for helping to facilitate lunch today with Haifa. OMG, the food was amazing. I always enjoy listening to her. She has the most fascinating life story. Per our meeting, I'm attaching the PDF document regarding Unlock Michigan. We are raising into the Senate C4 account. The W9 is attached as well for consideration. The account is a non-disclosed account. No one will ever know that a contribution was made into this account. The website for Unlock Michigan just went live as well, www.unlockmichigan.com. If you need any additional information, please let me know. We just appreciate the conversation and consideration. Have a great weekend. Best, Heather.
Is there another email that's attached to this?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's that attachment?
It's not an attachment, it's a email response from Heather Lombardini to Barb Farah, subject RE thank you, dated Tuesday, July 7th, 2020 at 8:47:42 AM. That states, good morning. I hope you had a great holiday. As a FYI, the language was approved yesterday. Here's the information from yesterday afternoon. Campaign update. Today, we received final approval of our petition forms from state regulators, and we're ready to go in our drive to Unlock Michigan. Printers are hard at work preparing the petition packets, which should hit mailboxes soon. To be the first to receive petitions, just sign up at unlockmichigan.com. There you can also learn the ins and outs of circulating petitions correctly so that every signature counts. No governor should have the power to endlessly rule by decree, and there's no other viable way than this petition drive to pull the plug on this governor's micromanagement of our lives and businesses. Our proposal puts before the legislature a simple up and down vote over the antiquated 1945 law that Governor Whitmer has used to escape accountability, and even escape that messy thing called representative government. Sign up now at unlockmichigan.com. Circulate your petitions and return them quickly. We'll be happy to send you more. And let's bring checks and balances back to Michigan. www.unlockmichigan.com.
Okay, so please take that highlighter. And in the original email, you could highlight a couple of sentences that start with per our meeting and finishes with unlockmichigan.com, please. It's my understanding that people The defense does not have objection to people's proposed exhibit number 29 for exam purposes only.
Correct, John.
Okay, people 29 submitted.
Twenty-nine is an email exchange starting at the middle of page 2 of 29. We can start there.
From Fred Rosolick, sent Wednesday, July 15th, 2020, 9:52 a.m. to Heather Lombardini, subject donation form. Hi, since the lawsuit news broke yesterday, a few people have reached out wanting to make contributions. Do you have a form you're using or other paperwork I could send along? On Wednesday, July 15th, 2020, at 5:47 p.m., Heather Lombardini wrote, I don't have an actual form. I send an invoice, a request letter, and the W-9 since most of the people we are dealing with are sending it from their business. Mike and I are now going to GR on Monday afternoon to meet with ABC donors from the West Side. I'm actually going to put together a form for them on how to make checks payable. They want it through the Senate Corp account, in parentheses MCFR, and not unlocked. I will send that form to you. Is that what you're looking for? I'm more than happy to create something for you. Are you looking for small or large donors from the form? But usually I am just creating an invoice with a letter. On July 15th, 2020 at 7:07 p.m., Fred Wazolick wrote, a form for unlock, I guess. I assume these will be 4 and 5 digit amounts. On Wednesday, July 15th, 2020 at 7:14 p.m., Heather Lombardini wrote, let me design one. From Fred Wazolick to Heather Lombardini, date Wednesday, July 15th, 2020 at 7:46:45 p.m. Thanks.
With regard to the email that Heather Lombardini wrote on July 15th at 5:47 p.m., which appears towards the lower part of the page, where it says, I don't have an actual form. Could you please highlight that small paragraph? And the next, which starts Mike and ends with, I will send that. Could you please highlight those couple of sentences on those 2 paragraphs? Regard to exhibit 30, it's my understanding that the defense has no objection for exam purposes only to stipulation of the entry.
Correct, John.
Exhibit 30 submitted.
Reading beginning on page 2 at the bottom on People's Exhibit 30. If you could begin reading, please.
From Heather Lombardini, sent Friday, June 26, 2020 at 7:38 p.m. to dhibma@land-co.com. CC Michael Shirkey, subject, thank you, follow up. Hi, Dan. I know that you connected with Senator Shirkey today. Thank you. He's working on a project that he is extremely passionate about, Unlock Michigan. This is the Citizens Initiative project. I am attaching a 1-page summary that explains the project. The website also contains information for your review, www.unlockmichigan.com. Senator Shirkey said he is asking you and Terry to consider a $25,000 corporate donation. The account is a non-disclosed and unlimited C4 account, so no one will know that you contributed to the account. We are hoping you might consider hosting a meeting of a few potential investors on this project. Terry told us to start with you and to follow back with her if you have an interest. Dan, we appreciate the conversation and consideration. I always enjoy my conversations with you. Have a great weekend. Best, Heather. From Heather Lombardini, sent Tuesday, July 7th, 2020 at 8:48 a.m. to Dan Hibma, dhibma@land-co.com. Subject RE, thank you, follow up. Good morning, Dan. I hope you had a great holiday. As a FYI, the language was approved yesterday. Here's the information from yesterday afternoon. Campaign update. Today, we received final approval of our petition forms from state regulators, and we're ready to go in our drive to Unlock Michigan. Printers are hard at work preparing the petition packets, which should hit mailboxes soon. To be the first to receive petitions, just sign up at unlockmichigan.com. There you can also learn the ins and outs of circulating petitions correctly so that every signature counts. No governor should have the power to endlessly rule by decree, and there's no other viable way than this petition drive to pull the plug on this governor's micromanagement of our lives and businesses. Our proposal puts before the legislature a simple up and down vote over the antiquated 1945 law that Governor Whitmer has used to escape accountability and even escape that messy thing called representative government. Sign up now at unlockmichigan.com. Circulate your petitions and return them quickly. We'll be happy to send you more. And let's bring checks and balances back to Michigan. www.unlockmichigan.com. From Dan Hidma, dhidma@land-code.com, sent Tuesday, July 7th, 2020, 9:08 a.m. to Heather Lombardini, subject RE, thank you, follow-up. Yes, I saw that. I did text Mike last week, Monday, 6:29, in response to his text, so I replied. I thought it odd that there was no response. Maybe he didn't get it. Looks good on my end. Please check and let me know. Thanks. Dan Hidma, and with his company, Land and Company, and address 1701 Porter, SW Suite 6, Wyoming, Michigan, 49519, and an office phone number, a cell phone number, and websites www.landcoapartments.com, www.grandriverwaterway.com, www.worldmission.cc. The reason my great grandfather came to America in 1908. Peter was fed up with the servitude. From Heather Lombardini, sent Tuesday, July 7th, 2020 at 10:06 a.m. to Dan Hidma. Subject RE, thank you, follow up. Okay, he said he just texted you. I am so sorry. He is normally really good with text. He asked me to send you the information on the non-disclosed C4 account. Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, 106 West Allegan Street, number 200, Lansing, Michigan, 48933. Thank you so much for the consideration.
You take your highlighter. If you could highlight all of the text from that last response on July 7th, 2020 at 10:06 a.m. And with regard to the Heather Lombardini email on June 26th at 7:38, Mr. Hidma, from the entire text from Hi Dan all the way through, have a great weekend. My understanding, the defense has no objection to people's proposed exhibit 31 for exam purposes only.
Right.
Reading the first email.
Let me start.
Yes, please.
From Heather Lombardini, sent Wednesday, July 15th, 2020, 3:22 p.m. to Dan Hidma, CC mjshirky@gmail.com, subject, thank you. Dan, we received the $25,000 check today for Unlock Michigan. Thank you. Best, Heather.
Is there a response from Dan Hidma?
Oh, I'm sorry. From Dan Hidma to Heather Lombardini, CC mjshirky@gmail.com, subject RE, thank you. Date Wednesday, July 15th, 2020, 6:54:16 p.m. I'll get signatures. We'll send to my suppliers.
With regard to your highlighter, would you highlight the email text from Heather Lombardini where it says, Dan, we received the $25,000 check for Unlock Michigan. Thank you. Best, Heather. Can you highlight that for me?
Okay.
Shut that binder, please. Now, you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had an opportunity to look at the banking records for MCFR, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to locate the check that Dan Hibama, Land and Company, sent into MCFR?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like you to look at Exhibit 45. And turn to page 5. Of Exhibit 45. On page 5 of Exhibit 45, which are the checks that were made out to MCFR, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you find a check made out from Land and Company to MCFR?
Yes.
What's the amount of that check?
$25,000.
What's the check made out to?
Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility.
Owns Land and Company?
Dan Hibma.
Is that something you found out during your research?
Yes.
So Dan Hibma writes a check from Land and Company for $25,000 to Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, correct?
Correct.
And that's on page 5.
Correct.
Of Exhibit 42. And in Exhibit 30, Heather Lombardini writes for him to consider a $25,000 corporate donation that the account is not disclosed in unlimited C4 account, correct? In the June 26, 7:38 p.m.
Correct.
And then on July 7, in Exhibit 30, she gives the information on the non-disclosed C4 account as Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, 106 West Allegan Street, 200 Lansing, correct?
Correct.
And these are emails she sends to Dan Hibama, the owner of Land and Company, right?
Correct.
And then Heather Lombardini in Exhibit 31 on July 15th says, Dan, we received the $25,000 check today for Unlock Michigan.
Correct.
She doesn't say we received the $25,000 check for MCFR, does she?
No.
She doesn't say we're doing for societal good.
No.
She says for Unlock Michigan. Those are her words.
Correct.
In 31.
Correct.
My understanding, the defense has no objection, for example, purposes only to the email in People's Proposed Exhibit 32.
Correct.
Exhibit 32 is a minute.
Would you please read us the emails that appear on the text of 32?
From Heather Lombardini to Michael Shirkey, CC amberbriggs@gmail.com, subject RE unlock $. Date Friday, July 17th, 2020, 2:40:56 p.m. Attachments, image, and unlock Michigan update.docx. Actually, please use this one. I added one more note.
Is there an email below that?
Yes, from Heather Lombardini, Friday, July 17th, 2020 at 2:28 PM. To Michael Shirkey, CC amber.briggs@gmail.com. Subject unlock $$. Here are my notes on what I have so far.
So the first email was actually the later email that you read, correct?
Correct.
And the attachment was on the later email.
Correct.
The Unlock Michigan update was the 2:40 PM.
Correct.
And the attachment, what does the attachment read?
It's labeled Unlock Michigan update.
And that's the one that says, actually, please use this one. I added one more note.
Correct.
Would you highlight that attachment, please? Look at the attachment. What is the attachment labeled?
Unlock Michigan update / notes, July 17th, 2020.
Oh, the Unlock Michigan update, okay? What is the first list?
The first list is titled Contributions Received to MCFR.
Can you just tell us briefly how many contributions are listed there?
Uh, 16 contributions.
How many contributions? How about the next column?
The next column is labeled Contributions Received to Unlock Michigan.
How many contributions are listed that have been received by Unlock Michigan?
1.
What's the next column?
Commitments but not received to MCFR.
How many commitments are listed as not commitments but not received to MCFR?
7.
What's the next one?
Commitments but not received to Unlock.
How many commitments but not received to Unlock are there listed?
1.
So on the Unlock Michigan update, they note 16 contributions to MCFR, but only 1 to Unlock.
Correct.
Now, you indicated you'd gone through the banking records of MCFR that you received from Capital National Bank, correct?
Correct.
And those have already been admitted. The very first contribution received to MCFR for Unlock Michigan is listed as what?
Listed under contributions received to MCFR, the first name is Jace Bulger / DeVos family, $200,000.
$200,000. Okay. I'd like you to look at Exhibit 42. And I'd like you to look at the 3rd page. Do you see any contributions that would reflect to MCFR on that 3rd page?
Yes.
What do you see?
I see a $50,000 wire transfer credit from Richard M. DeVos Jr., a $50,000 wire transfer credit from Suzanne C. DeVos, a $50,000 wire transfer credit from Daniel G. DeVos, and a $50,000 wire transfer credit from Doug and Maria DeVos.
And what date were those done?
On June 24th, 2020.
The next one for contributions received to MCFR for Unlocked Michigan. What's that next name?
John and Sean Cotton for $300,000.
Looking at exhibit 42, can you look at page 1? You see John or Sean, and it's John, Jon, Cotton, and Sean, Sean, Cotton, for the record.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what you see?
I see a wire transfer credit of $150,000 from John D. Cotton, as well as a $150,000 wire transfer credit from Sean P. Cotton.
On what date?
On June 17th, 2020.
Made out to, just to MCFR?
This is a wire transfer credit to MCFR.
No, I apologize. Could you take that highlighter on the spreadsheet, on that banking statement, and will you highlight those 4 transfers, the wire transfers from the DeVosses, the 2 wire transfers of the Cottons, which appear on page 1 and page 3. No, the Cottons were 150,000 each, and the DeVosses were 50,000 each. The next contribution.
DTE Energy, $100,000.
Were you able to locate that check?
Yes.
I direct you to exhibit 45, page 5. Fourth check.
Yes.
Is that check made out to Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility?
Yes.
July 13th, 2020?
Yes.
How much is it made out for?
For $100,000.
Can you please highlight that around that check, please? First, multiple checks.
Multiple checks.
Were you able to locate that?
Yes.
In the same exhibit, I'd like you to look at page 4. Do you see the 3 checks in a row?
Yes.
Are those checks for $3,334, $3,333, and $3,333?
Yes.
All made out July 7th, 2020 to MCFR?
Yes.
Will you please highlight those 3 checks? Below the Fisher Concrete, that's Landing Company for $25,000. Did you already highlight that check on page 5?
I did not highlight it.
Oh.
Would you like me to?
Please do so. That'll be on page 5. All right, below Landing Co., what's the next one?
Switch for $50,000.
Okay, I'd like you to look at page 4. You see a check for a switch for $50,000.
Yes,
You highlight that check to MCFR under contributions received to MCFR for Unlock Michigan. Below switch, what's the next check listed?
it says MCFR $10,000.
We had discussed that earlier in Exhibit 44 on page 1. Did you highlight that already?
Yes.
All right, how about Lomar Manufacturing? That's the next, I'm sorry. Is Lomar Manufacturing the one below MCFR on the
Yes.
list?
Yes, for
All right.
$1,000.
All right, I'd like you to go back to Exhibit 44 and look at page 2.
I believe it's 45.
Oh,
not
I'm sorry.
44.
You're right. Correct. Did you highlight the check for Lomar Manufacturing? What's the next name on the list?
Ron Geisman for $1,000.
Okay. Do you recognize the name Ron Geisman as one of the names you were listing off?
Yes,
somebody-
from previous emails I have read, yes.
Still looking at that same exhibit, when you look at the top, see if you can locate the check from Mr. Geisman as contributions received to MCFR for Unlock Michigan.
Yes.
What's the next name on that list?
Do you want me to highlight that one?
Yes, please highlight the check for Mr. Geisman.
The next on the list is John Keogh of $2,000.
And that's Keough for the record. I'd like you to look at page 1 of this exhibit. Very last check on the page. Could you please highlight that check, please? What about the company below that?
II Gemini LLC, $500.
You refer, go to page 2. Second from the bottom. Were you able to locate that donation?
Yes.
Can you highlight that, please? How about the below II Gemini LLC? What's the next name?
Bill Dobbins.
Do you recognize Bill Dobbins' name?
Yes.
Is that one of the ones you read off as being a solicitation email?
Yes.
Were you able to locate his name?
Yes.
Being a solicitation check. Why don't you look on page 2? You see that? Find that check?
Yes.
Would you highlight that, please? Below Bill Dobbins, what's the next name?
Caster Concept, $2,500.
Could you turn to page 1? Please look to the second check. You locate the Caster Concept check.
Yes.
Could you highlight that, please? What's the next name?
Norman Winterstein, $1,000.
All right, I'm gonna ask you to go back to page 2. Look at the very bottom. You locate a check as contributions received to MCFR from Unlock Michigan from Norman Winterstein.
Yes.
Would you highlight that check, please? What's the name below Norman Winterstein?
Vantage Plastic, $2,000.
All right, I'd like you to go to page 3. I'd like you to look at the third page, the third check on that page. You locate the Vantage Plastic.
Yes.
Will you highlight that, please? What is the last check on the contributions received to MCFR for Unlock Michigan update?
Powell Manufacturing, $10,000.
Okay, on that same page, page 3, do you see that $10,000 Powell Manufacturing check?
Yes.
Would you highlight that, please? So, Ms. Kapuscinski, were you able to locate every single contribution that Heather Lombardini says is contributions received to MCFR for Unlock Michigan?
Yes.
You were able to locate and verify that they went into the MCFR account?
Yes.
Again, how many contributions did she say went directly to Unlock Michigan?
Listed under contributions received to MCFR were 16.
But those went to MCFR. How many contributions received to Unlock Michigan?
1.
1. And who was that?
Bob Thompson, $25,000.
And commitments, but not received to MCFR for Unlock Michigan?
For Unlock Michigan was 1.
How many commitments but not received to MCFR that would be going to Unlock Michigan?
7.
By understanding the defense will stipulate to the admission of people's proposed exhibit 33 for example purposes only. Is that correct?
Correct.
You noted, it's submitted.
Exhibit 33 is a series of emails, all from Ms. Lombardini. I'm going to have them start reading. On the 4th page, at the beginning, at the bottom, beginning with Monday, July 6th, 2020 at 8:32 a.m. If you could, Ms. Kapuscinski. The following email and the attachment are about.
From Heather Lombardini, sent Monday, July 6, 2020, 8:32 a.m. to Michael Shirky and Amber Briggs at gmail.com. Subject RE SRCC quarterly filing to-do list / Unlock Michigan. Good morning. Attached is the updated SRCC chart, making progress. It has just been really quiet. It seems like every single person is on vacation. I know you are working through the below call list I sent last week, in parentheses, thank you. I'm going to add a few more calls for you for Unlock Michigan. Have you heard back from Paul Glantz? Call Dick Barber, in parentheses, he owns quite a few car dealerships, I think 9. FYI, he is Jimmy Green's best friend. Have you actually spoken to Ralph Shaheen? I know you have spoke to Paul Gentilozzi. Might be good to ping Ralph. What about reaching out to Ken Horn? He has his Saginaw group. He might be able to tap a few of them for you. I had reached out to Henry Ford and Hap last week. I got a text last night from Sam saying they are taking a task, but still plan on supporting the caucus with their $20,000 commitment. I actually sent the invoice last week to them. Sam did mention that he reached out to Bob Riney directly. I did have a really good call with Deidre Wilson. She has a call with Greg Lane today. She's going to follow back with me later this afternoon. I have not heard back from Beaumont Hospital yet. Once the language is approved today, I will follow back with everyone on my list. I keep adding my notes to Fred's Google chart. From Heather Lombardini, sent Friday, July 10th, 2020 at 3:09 p.m. to Michael Shirkey and amberbriggs@gmail.com. Subject RESRCC quarterly filing to-do list Unlock Michigan. More progress this week. Attached is the updated chart for the filing. I was able to get the following checks this week. Auto dealers, $20,000. Meyer, $20,000. Chiros, $5,000. Senator McDonald, $2,000. Vanderwall, $1,100 in parentheses staff dues. McBroom, $7,000. Schmidt mailed his check and so did the Restaurant Association. I should have those on Monday or Tuesday. CPAs are mailing their check next week. I am just powering through the list of outstanding. The only no so far has been from beer and wine. They are focused on soft dollars for us. They will have the hard dollars in the fall. I am picking up another $10,000 soft next week from them. And then in red letters, to-do list for SRCC July filing, parentheses, remember close of books is July 20th. Really try to push Paul Gentilozzi if possible. Stay on Ron Roche. I'm with you on Wednesday for the ABC meeting and lunch with Adrian. Please make sure you bring me the staff letters on Wednesday. Any response yet from Eileen Weiser? We do have a call with Jim and David Nicholson next week, Friday. FYI information. Spoke to Natalie this morning and her check is being mailed now for Unlock, in parentheses, going to MCFR. I spoke to Megan from State Party today in regards to the convention in Jacksonville, Florida. It looks like you might be going. Sorry, but you are an at-large delegate. Not sure of too many details yet. They are still working through all of the logistics. We aren't even sure yet if there will be any lunches or receptions planned yet due to safety and COVID. While I was on the phone with Megan today, she was asking me a lot of questions about Unlock Michigan. I downloaded with her and sent her the one-page document. It might be wise to loop in with Laura Cox and give her an update from you. Next week is going to be busy. We still have a lot of outstanding checks that we need for this quarterly filing. From Heather Lombardini, Wednesday, July 15th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. to Michael Shirkey and amberbriggs@gmail.com. Subject RESRCC quarterly filing, to-do list / Unlock Michigan. Attached and more progress. I pick up the following: $10,000 from McGregor, $8,000 from Victory, $10,000 from restaurants, $3,000 from manufactured housing, $25,000 from Compete Pack 2. Ron Bogie, picked up $25,000 from him per Bruce. Nothing yet from Bill Young or Ron Weiser. Still no response from Gary Granger. We have a call on Friday with Jim and David Nicholson. Bill Wartz still hasn't responded to me about JC. JC committed $21,975 for this filing. Rusty Merchant still hasn't responded to me about Mike Jandernoa, $20,000. Picked up money for Unlock Michigan, in parentheses, through MCFR as well. $50,000 from Switch, $10,000 from Fisher Concrete, $25,000 from Dan Hidma. I think I'm getting the $100,000 tomorrow from DTE. Picked up the Bob Thompson $25,000, but that was to Unlock Michigan directly. From Heather Lombardini, Thursday, July 16th, 2020 at 3:35 p.m. to Michael Shirkey, amberbriggs@gmail.com. Subject RESRC quarterly filing, to-do list Unlock Michigan. Attached, little more progress. I pick up the following: $10,000 from BCBS, $41,000 from Ron Weiser, in parentheses, not Eileen yet. I'm meeting Boji on Monday morning to pick up $25,000. Spoke to Nesbit. He is bringing a $1,000 check for staff contributions on Wednesday, dated today. Bad news, realtors don't have approval to cut the check for this quarterly filing. Brad said he is close. Unlock Michigan update, $100,000 DTE check arrived today. I have messages into JC and Jander Noah to possibly meet on Monday when we are in GR after the ABC meeting. From Heather Lombardini to Michael Shirkey and Amber Briggs. Subject RE SRC quarterly filing, to-do list, Unlock Michigan. Date Monday, July 20th, 2020, 6:58:23 p.m. Attachments, image in July.quarterly.2020 Excel. Attached, more progress. We have picked up the following: $10,000 from beer and wine, in parentheses, unexpected since they said the fall. $25,000 from Ron Boji, $10,000 from CPAs, $7,000 from Lasada, in parentheses, yes. $10,000 from Dan Lawyers, $850 from lawyer staff contributions, $300 from Jill Larder. Pipeline. Nesbit is bringing a $1,000 for his staff on Wednesday. Lucido is bringing a $1,000 for his staff on Wednesday. Theus mailed $5,000 on Saturday. Rich Bayard mailed a $1,000 on Saturday. Runestad texted me tonight and said he will do $4,000. Dan Dundas is bringing $350 tomorrow. Senator Shirkey, you spoke to Outman, in parentheses, I need to follow up tomorrow, and Barrett. Both should be around the $7,000 mark. I spoke to Joe Martin tonight. He is calling me back tomorrow on the Zorn contribution. Still waiting to hear from the following. Ruth Johnson. I'm sending you a separate email that is a call list.
Now, attached to this group of emails sent by Heather Lombardini, was there also a spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to pull out your highlighter. All of these emails have the SRC quarterly filing to-do list, Unlock Michigan. Could you highlight the subjects for me? Now, on the second page of the exhibit, which would be part of the July 16th email that was sent at 3:35 p.m., where it says Unlock Michigan update, $100,000 DTE check arrived today. Can you highlight that? Now, I'm not going to ask you to find that because you already located that, correct?
Correct.
Did you highlight that check in the banking exhibit?
Yes.
Already. There's also the second page for the July 15th, 2020, 5:30 p.m. email from Heather Lombardini. This would be page 3, where the text below where it says picked up money for Unlock Michigan through MCFR as well. Could you highlight that all the way through the picked up Bob Thompson $25,000, but that was Unlock Michigan directly. Now, when Ms. Lombardini wrote, picked up Michigan from Unlock Michigan through MCRF well, she lists 3 amounts, $50,000 from Switch. I'm not going to make you go back through it because in Exhibit 32, you already found the $50,000 check from Switch that was in the Unlock Michigan update, contributions received to MCFR, correct?
Correct.
And you already found the $10,000 in the 3 checks from Fisher Concrete, correct?
Correct.
And you highlighted that check in the exhibit, correct?
Correct.
And you already found the $25,000 check from Dan Hibaba and highlighted that, correct?
Correct.
And it says picked up the Bob Thompson $25,000 check, but that was to Unlock Michigan directly. That's how she ends that email, correct?
Correct.
And Bob Thompson happens to be the sole contribution listed on that Unlock Michigan update on July 17th in Exhibit 32 as being the only person who has actually contributed directly to Unlock Michigan.
Correct.
Now, on further down that page, in the July 10th, 3:09 p.m. email, going on to the next page where it says, FYI information. Spoke to Natalie this morning and her check is being mailed now for Unlock, paren, going to MCFR, unparen. Would you please highlight that sentence of Ms. Lombardini's email? Thank you. My understanding, the defense for exam purposes only is stipulated to exhibit people's proposed exhibit 34.
Correct.
34 is admitted.
Can you please read people's proposed exhibit number 34, which will begin starting with bottom of page 1.
You want me to start where the date is Friday, July 10th, 2023, 36 p.m.
34.
From Pamela M. Headley, pamela.headley@dteenergy.com, sent Thursday, July 9th, 2020 at 7:36 p.m. to mjshirky@gmail.com and Heather Lombardini, CC Rodney E. Cole Sr. Rodney.cole@dteenergy.com. Subject, contribution from Michigan Energy First. Good evening, Senator Shirky and Heather. I hope this finds you both doing well and enjoying the wonderful warm summer weather. Renz asked me to let you know that today the Michigan Energy First Board approved a $100,000 contribution to Michigan citizens for fiscal responsibility. In order to process this contribution, they have requested some additional information. Here's what we'll need. 1, invoice/letter to Michigan Energy First for the $100,000 contribution, addressed as follows. Teresa Uzinski, Treasurer, Michigan Energy First, 2145 Commons Parkway, Okemos, Michigan, 48864. 2, signed and completed copy of the attached, quote, responsibility letter, end quote, on the fund's letterhead as the fund is a 501c4 organization. Please let me know if you have any questions. Once I receive this information, I will forward to MEF and a check should follow shortly. As always, thanks for your help. Have a wonderful weekend. Pam. And her signature, Pam Headley, DTE Energy Chief of Staff, Corporate and Government Affairs, 101 S Washington Square, Suite 700, Lansing, Michigan, 48933, with an office number and a mobile number listed, and her email address, pamela.headley@dteenergy.com. From Heather Lombardini, sent Friday, July 10th, 2020 at 3:36 p.m. to Pamela M. Healy and MJ Shirky at gmail.com with Rodney E. Cole Senior CC'd. The subject, RE contribution from Michigan Energy First. Thank you. Attached is a signed request letter, invoice, and a current signed W-9. Do you need me to mail the original copies to Teresa directly? From Pamela M. Headley to Heather Lombardini and MJ Shirky at gmail.com, CC'd Rodney E. Cole Senior, subject RE contribution from Michigan Energy First. Date Friday, July 10th, 2020 at 3:57:25 p.m. Hi, Heather. You are welcome and no need to send originals. What you sent me is just fine. Teresa's out until Monday, so I'm hoping that she will take care of these when she returns. Have a great weekend, Pam. And Pam Headley's signature is at the bottom.
And attached to the email, was there anything attached to the email?
Yes.
Could you briefly describe it without reading the whole thing?
There is a letter from Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility with their address, dated July 10th, 2020, addressed to Teresa Uzinski, requesting a $100,000 contribution from Michigan Energy First that is signed by Heather Lombardini, president of MCFR.
And then what's the next piece of paper?
And the next piece of paper is an invoice from Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility with $100,000 as the balance due.
And anything else?
It is with the attention to Teresa Uzinski, the treasurer for Michigan Energy First.
Any other document attached?
There is also a W-9 for Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, notating it being a 501c4 with Heather Lombardini's signature dated June 18th, 2020.
It's my understanding that defense has no objection for exam purposes only, with admission of people's proposed exhibit 35.
Your Honor, that's correct. Your Honor, I'm wondering if we might take a very brief fact.
And no problem. I think it's been about an hour. Take a 10-minute break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, that's on the record. You can continue.
For the record, I did inform defense counsel, I removed exhibit 39, so we crossed that off the list.
You say you were withdrawing 39?
And withdrawing 39, it's already out of the book. I believe we are up to 34 has been admitted, and I believe we're up to 35. With my understanding that, for exam purposes only, the defense is stipulating to the admission of people's proposed exhibit 35.
That's correct.
Correct. I had noted, I think maybe right before he took a break, that he admitted that right before we took the break.
Oh, we did admit 35. Okay. Please read the cover, the actual exhibit 35, the email itself.
Yes. From Heather Lombardini, sent Wednesday, August 19th, 2020 at 7:35 a.m. to Mike Turkey and Jeremy Henges. Subject unlocked, $sign for your call today. Importance high. There's no content with that one. And before that, there's from Heather Lombardini to Mike Turkey, Jeremy Henges. Subject RE unlocked, $sign for your call today.
Okay.
Date Wednesday, August 19th, 2020, 8:12:31 a.m. Attachments, image and unlock.money.29 Excel. I added the target column for your request.
If you could take your highlighter and highlight the subject line and the attachment itself. The unlock.money.29. If you could go to the attachment. Could you fair to say that the attachment basically has a column on the left and the column on the right?
Correct.
With regard to the column on the left, what is the title of that column?
The column on the left is titled raised.
What's the very first one?
The very first one is MCFR, in parentheses, open the account, with the dollar amount being $10,000.
And that was the check from MCFR that you'd already identified and you'd already highlighted in the banking records, correct?
Correct.
What about 5 down? You recognize the name Dan Kibama?
Yes.
And how much was that about?
$25,000.
What's the one below that?
JC Huizenga for $25,000.
JC Huizenga?
Yes, I probably pronounced it wrong. Huizenga, JC Huizenga.
Now, if you go to 45, which are the deposits made into the account of Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, I'm going to reference you to the Capital National Bank records, page 6, bottom of the page. You see the account, the check from JC Huizenga?
Yes.
Can you highlight that check for us, please?
Yes.
Okay, still in exhibit 45 on page 1. Second from the bottom. Next, I'm sorry, the next line under J.C. Heisiga, what name do you see there?
Ed Levy,
And how much is that deposit?
$30,000.
Do you see that check on page 1 of exhibit 45 for
Yes.
$30,000 for Ed Levy? Can you highlight that, please? What's the name below Ed Levy?
Switch for $50,000.
That's the check you've already highlighted in the banking records, correct?
Correct.
What's below the $50,000 switch check?
DTE Energy for $100,000.
And you've already highlighted that.
Yes.
Two lines below that, what is that check?
John Cotton for $150,000.
Nope, 2 lines below DTE Energy.
Hayward for $100,000.
I'll refer you to page 7. The very first check on that page. Who's that check made out to?
It is from Hayward to Michigan Citizens with Fiscal Responsibility.
And how much is that?
$100,000.
Could you please highlight that, please? Below the $100,000 check from Hayworth, what's the next donation?
John Cotton, $150,000.
And the one below that?
Sean Cotton, $150,000.
And you've already highlighted those already from the wire transfers, correct?
Correct.
What's the donation below John and Sean Cotton?
The DeVos family for $200,000.
Which you've also already highlighted, correct?
Correct.
What about 3 down?
John Butterfield for $1,000.
So you were already on page 7. Do you see the second check?
Yes.
To MCFR, for Mr. Butterfield, can you highlight that check? Well, second from the bottom. What's that name?
Bill Young for $180,000.
Were you able to locate one check from Bill Young for $180,000?
No, it was not one check.
Were you able to find 2 checks from Bill Young to MCFR?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct you to page 8. That is the very first check. Do you see the very first check there? A check from the William Young Revocable Trust to MCFR?
Yes.
Is that for $90,000?
Yes.
Will you highlight that, please? Then I'm going to direct you to page 10, that same exhibit. The first check. You find another check from the William Young Revocable Trust to MCFR.
Yes.
Is that also for $90,000?
Yes.
Would you please highlight that check? With regard to the column on the right, what is the column on the right? What does it say? The column on the right, what is the heading?
The heading for the column on the right is confirmed $$ being processed.
What's the third line?
The third line is Dick Garber for $20,000.
I'm going to direct you to page 8 of the same exhibit. I'd like you to look at the third check. You find a check from Mr. Garber for $20,000?
Yes, from Garber Management Group.
Can you highlight that, please? What's the name right below Mr. Garber?
Larry Hines,
And how much is that?
$20,000.
Can you look directly above Mr. Garber's check? To find a check for Larry Hines?
Yes.
Is that made out to MCFR?
Yes,
How much?
for $20,000.
Can you highlight that check? Now, under that confirmed $ being processed, the second from the bottom, what's that name?
John Kennedy for $100,000.
I'd like you to look at page 9, the very first check on that list. You find that check?
Yes,
Who's it from?
John Kennedy,
For how much?
$100,000.
Will you highlight that check, please? Now, I'd like you to go back to an exhibit 35. That is the attachment that's labeled Unlock Money 29. And I'd like you to highlight a few lines to the actual spreadsheet itself. The MCFR opened the account $10,000. Dan Hibaba, $25,000. JC Heisinger, $25,000. Ed Levy, $30,000. Switch, $50,000. DTE Energy, $100,000. Howarth, $100,000. John Cotton, $100,000. Sean Cotton, $150,000. DeVos family, $200,000. John Butterfield, $1,000. Bill Young, $180,000. Under the confirmed - money being processed, please highlight Dick Garber, $20,000. Larry Hines, $20,000. And John Kennedy, $100,000. My understanding, for exam purposes only, the defense is stipulating to the admission of people's proposed exhibit number 38.
That's correct.
On page 2 of the exhibit. Starts dated June 26, 2020. Please start reading. Special agent captions.
From Rory Lafferty, rlafferty@hap.org, sent Friday, June 26, 2020 at 12:53 p.m. to Heather Lombardini, subject corporate support. Hi, Heather. I hope you're doing well in this bizarre year we are having thus far. We wanted to provide $20K in corporate support for the Senate GOP. Accordingly, when you have a moment, will you send me the W-9 of the account you would like us to direct the support and some sort of solicitation letter or invoice? Thanks, Heather. Let me know if you need anything else from us. Rory. With Rory Lafferty, Director of Government Affairs, Office of the General Counsel, at 2850 West Grand Boulevard, Detroit, Michigan, 48202, with a phone number as well as a cell phone number listed, rlafferty@hap.org, and with the HAP logo. From Heather Lombardini, sent Friday, June 26, 2020 at 6:44 p.m. to Rory Lafferty, subject RE corporate support. OMG, thank you. That is fantastic. Why don't I attach the donation for the Senate annual dinner on September 8th? Will that work? W-9 is attached. From Rory Lafferty, sent Wednesday, July 1st, 2020 at 12:40 p.m. to Heather Lombardini, subject RE corporate support. Hi, Heather. Thanks, but we can hold off before attaching the support to the Senate Thanks, but can we hold off before attaching the support to the Senate annual dinner? We are trying to be sensitive of the optics of our corporate support because both HAP and Henry Ford Health System furloughed some employees due to the COVID crisis. The plan is to bring these folks back when demand for healthcare picks back up, but that's happening slower than we expected. Maybe we can hold off until we get closer to the dinner before we decide if we can publicly support the event. Maybe we'll be bringing back some of the furloughed employees at that time. At this point, let's just consider it a direct donation. When you have a moment, will you please forward an invoice and or a request letter for the Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility? Thanks so much, Heather. Rory. From Heather Lombardini to Rory Lafferty, subject RE corporate support, date Wednesday, July 1st, 2020 at 2:21:58 p.m. Attachments, invoice MCFR.HAP.20 PDF. I totally understand. I can tag it as a direct donation, and then if interested in attending the dinner, we can comp you. Attached.
And was there attachment?
Yes.
Can you tell us basically what that is?
It is an invoice from Michigan Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, billed to HAP with the attention to Rory Lafferty for the amount of $20,000.
Now, I'd like you to pull out exhibit number 37, which has already been admitted. And grab your highlight. And this is the spreadsheet, so I'm clear, that Matthew Snyder sent you pursuant to the search warrant after Ellen Pleska came back.
Correct.
Correct. For MCFR.
Correct.
And if you could, the date of October 1 to 20. Where it says half of there's a donation.
Yes.
Could you highlight that line, please? Going to the next page on the second line, where it says Unlock Michigan. Which is 9/30/20. Can you tell me, is that a deposit or is that outgoing?
That is a outgoing check.
And who is it? It's an outgoing check to whom?
Unlock Michigan.
For how much?
$100,000.
And $100,000 check is 9/30/20, which also appears on page 4 of exhibit 44, correct?
Correct.
Did you highlight page 4 of exhibit 44? And how could you tell from the spreadsheet in exhibit 37 that it was in fact a check as opposed to a wire transfer on 9/30?
There is a column on the spreadsheet labeled type. And underneath there, you can see where some are labeled deposit, some are labeled check. And in this particular instance, it has check in that blank.
And the $100,000 check that you highlight in the exhibit is check number 1455, correct?
Correct.
And 1455 appears in the spreadsheet. that you just highlighted, correct?
Correct.
How about 5 lines down? You see the name William Young.
Yes.
Can you highlight that line? Tell us if that's a money going in or money going out to MCFR.
That would be a deposit made to MCFR.
And how much?
For $90,000.
About 5 down, you see the name John Kennedy.
Yes.
Can you highlight that line? That money going in or money going out?
That is a deposit being made into MCFR.
How much?
For $100,000.
Five lines down from that. Do you see where it says unlock Michigan?
Yes.
What date is that?
8/27/2020.
Can you please highlight that line? Is that money going in or money coming out of MCFR?
That is money coming out of MCFR.
Is that a check?
It is not labeled a check, it's labeled as an expense, and there is no check number present.
And how much money did MCFR send on August 27th to unlock Michigan?
$700,000.
And did I ask you to highlight Mr. Kennedy's line?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, 2 lines below that, you see Garber Management Group?
Yes.
Can you highlight that? And is that money coming in or coming out from MCFR?
That is money coming into MCFR.
Can you highlight that and how much is it?
That is for $20,000.
2 lines below that, you see where it says unlock Michigan?
Yes.
What's the date?
August 21st, 2020.
So 6 days earlier from the last unlock.
Correct.
Can you highlight that whole line? Is that money coming in or money coming out?
That is money coming out of MCFR.
And how much money did MCFR send on August 21st to unlock Michigan?
$110,000.
So $110,000 on August 21st. And 6 days later, $700,000 to unlock Michigan.
Correct.
How about the next line where it says Larry Hines? Can you highlight that line? Is that a deposit?
Yes.
August 20th, how much did Mr. Hines send to MCFR?
$20,000.
The line below that.
That is a deposit from William Young for
How much was-
$90,000.
Can you highlight that line too? I'll let you go to the next page. August 14th, the very first line. What's the notation next to the date?
Wire.
Wire. Okay. What's the next line after that? Who's that going to?
Unlock Michigan.
Okay. On August 14th, wire unlock Michigan, how much?
$25,000.
Can you highlight that whole line? 4 lines below that, can you highlight that line? What's the name there?
John Butterfield.
Is that a deposit?
Yes.
Okay, 2 lines below that. 8/6/20. That very next box, what does that say?
Wire.
Who's that to?
Unlock Michigan.
Another wire to unlock Michigan. How much is that wire for?
$150,000.
Can you highlight that? Two lines below that, on August 4th, what's that name?
J.C. Heisinger.
Is that money coming in or money coming out?
That is money coming in.
Is that a deposit of $25,000?
Yes.
Can you highlight that line? How about the line below J.C. Heisinger?
It is from Hayward.
Can you highlight that? How much is the deposit from Hayward?
$100,000.
3 lines below that, on July 31st, 2020. What's in the next box?
Wired.
Where is the money wired to?
Unlock Michigan.
And how much was wired on July 31st to Unlock Michigan?
$35,000.
All right, 4 lines down from there, July 21st, 2020. You see the Michigan Beer and Wine?
Yes.
Can you highlight that? That was for how much?
$10,000.
2 lines below that, 7/20/2020. You see that line?
Yes.
Who's that to?
Unlock Michigan.
Another one to Unlock Michigan. How much is that donation to Unlock Michigan?
$100,000.
Now, 3 lines below that on 7/16. Who's that to?
Land and Company.
Land and Company. Is that Mr. Hibama?
Yes.
Okay, how much was that?
That deposit was for $25,000.
Okay, 2 lines below that on July 16th. What was that?
Switch LLC.
And for how much?
$50,000.
Can you please make sure you highlight both Land and Company and Switch? Okay. Now the last 2 lines, we have the Fisher Sand and Gravel, Central Concrete, and then the next very top one on Bay Aggregates, which are the checks for 3333, 3333, and 3334. All dated 7/16/20. Were all those deposits or outgoing?
Deposits.
Can you please highlight those? Okay, on the next page, which is the 5th page, the second from the top, right below Bay Aggregates, dated 7/16. Who's that check from?
Michigan Energy First.
How much is it?
$100,000.
Is that going into the account of MCFR?
Yes.
Can you please highlight that? 5 lines below that, 7/1/2020. Is that to?
Michigan Beer and Wine.
The one above that one, I apologize.
Vision Properties of Michigan, Inc.
You highlight both of those. And going down 1, 2, 3, 4 to 6/24. 20 is an outgoing large amount. Can you tell me who it's to?
Unlock Michigan.
Can you tell me how much money on 6/24/20 went from MCFR to Unlock Michigan?
$400,000.
Okay. On 6/24, 2 lines down, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down, you see some deposits.
Yes.
Can you read the dates and who they're from and how much?
All on 6/24/2020. Doug DeVos deposited $50,000. Daniel DeVos deposited $50,000. Suzanne DeVos deposited $50,000. And Richard DeVos Jr. deposited $50,000.
If you could please highlight all of those. Turning to the next page, the 3rd line, which is June 23rd, 2020. See a company name starting with II.
Gemini LLC.
Can you please highlight that? Is that a deposit?
Yes.
2 lines below that on August 18th, 2020. Right after that, what does the next box say?
Wire.
Who is the wire going to?
Unlock Michigan.
For how much?
$150,000.
June 17th. The line below that, what does that say?
John Cotton,
For how much?
$150,000.
Can you please highlight those two transactions? Two lines below that, also on June 17th, where it starts Edward who?
Levy,
Can you highlight that and how much
that was for $30,000.
is that money coming in?
Coming into MCFR, yes.
How about the line below that?
That is from John Keogh for $2,000
Can you
coming
highlight
in.
that, please? Two lines below that. Also June 17th.
William H. Dobbins,
Can you please highlight that line? The line below that,
Ronald Geisman,
please highlight that line. And the line below that,
Sean Cotton,
for how much?
$150,000.
Now. I had the figure written down. I can't find it, so I apologize. It's gonna take me a second. So looking at exhibit 37, it appears that between June and October, according to their spreadsheet, that September 30th, MCFR sent Unlock Michigan $100,000. On August 27th, $700,000. August 21st, $110,000. August 14th, $25,000. August 6th, $150,000. July 31st, $35,000. July 20th, $100,000, and June 18th, $150,000. Or did I go too fast?
What was the last date?
June 18th.
That's correct.
And that was just those couple of months.
Yes.
Now I want you to look at, if you could, exhibit 42. And I know you already testified on page 1 about the wire transfers from John and Sean Cotton, who each transferred on June 17th, $150,000 to MCFR.
Correct.
What happened if you look on the 3rd page on June 18th?
On June 18th, there was a wire transfer debit to Unlock Michigan for $150,000.
Okay. And you testified on June 24th. You said that 4 different people with the last name of DeVos on June 24th wire transferred in $50,000 each for a total of $200,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I want you to, on that same exhibit, page 4, I want you to tell me on June 24th, what happened June 24th on page 4.
On June 24th, there was a wire transfer debit to Unlock Michigan for $400,000.
The same day.
The same day, correct.
Okay. Did you highlight those transactions that we just talked about?
I can.
If you could, please. That is the 2 cotton transactions, 150 going in, and then the next day, 150 going out. And then the $200,000 from the DeVos's going in, and the same day, the $400,000 going right out to Unlock Michigan. Go to the next page. That same exhibit. In 717. You see a wire transfer coming in?
Yes.
You see how much it is? If you could highlight it and who it comes from?
It is a wire transfer credit from the restatement, the revocable trust agreement of Timothy Easterwood
How much?
for $50,000.
Can you highlight that? We'd like you to go to the next, well, I guess it's 2 statement, but 2 pages next. Would you like to look at July 20th? What happened on July 20th?
There were 2 wire transfer debits. One of which was to Unlock Michigan.
Can you highlight the one that says wire transfer debit to Unlock Michigan and tell me how much it is?
It was for $100,000.
I'd like you to go down to July 31st. Tell me what happened then.
There was a wire transfer debit to Unlock Michigan for $35,000.
Can you highlight that, please? Can you go to the next page of that exhibit? Bottom of the page. First thing under withdrawals, 8-6. What happened on 8-6?
Wire transfer debit to Unlock Michigan for $150,000.
Highlight that, please. Go to the next page. When's the next wire transfer?
On August 14th, 2020.
Who's that to?
Unlock Michigan for $25,000.
Can you highlight that? Who is the next wire transfer to from MCFR?
Unlock Michigan.
For how much?
$110,000.
Okay, highlight that, please. Who is the next wire transfer to from MCFR?
Unlock Michigan.
For how much?
$700,000.
So MCFR made 4 wire transfers in August of 2020 on 8-6, 8-14, 8-21, and 8-27, all to Unlock?
Yes.
Nobody else?
Correct.
All right, I'd like you to look at exhibit 43. The 5th page. And the date reads March 31st, 2021. See a date of 3/1.
Yes.
You tell us what that transaction that is?
There was a wire transfer debit to Unlock Michigan for $30,000.
Any other wire transfers that month?
No.
I'd like you to look at People's Proposed Exhibit number 47. Is my understanding that for exam purposes only, the defense is willing to stipulate.
Correct.
Can you please read the email?
From Heather Lombardini to Robert Shostak, subject Unlock Michigan, date Monday, August 3rd, 2020, 12:05:18 p.m. Attachments W9 Unlock Michigan PDF, Unlock Michigan fact sheet, Word document, Unlock Michigan Elevator Speech PDF, Unlock Michigan 1 PDF. Attached, but please know that this is now all disclosed since it is a ballot committee. Let me know if that will be an issue. If yes, I have other account options that are non-disclosed.
Okay, could you please take out your highlighter and highlight all of the text where it says attached through, if yes, I have other account options that are non-disclosed. Now, I'd like you to go through the attachments that went with this email. What's the first attachment?
The first attachment is a W-9 for Unlock Michigan.
The second attachment?
The second attachment is a fact sheet regarding Unlock Michigan.
What is the third attachment?
The third attachment is titled Unlock Michigan, and it is a summary of what Unlock Michigan is.
Is this what you've seen other words described as the elevator speech on other emails?
Yes.
And the fourth attachment?
Is an Unlock Michigan donation form.
And before I rest, can I just confirm that my understanding of what the admitted exhibits are also the same as Mr. Kramer's and reports?
I have everything admitted.
I have. Obviously, there was no exhibit 15, no 16. I removed 17.
39.
I did not move to introduce 39. There was no 36. And everything else I have is being admitted. Is that, you understand, Mr. Kramer?
That's my understanding.
That's what I have.
Just have a minute because I believe I'm done. Just want to make sure. I have nothing further of Special Agent Capuchinski.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Special Agent Kapuscinski, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You were a special agent assigned to or with the Michigan Attorney General's office?
Correct.
How long have you been with them?
Since December 2021.
All right. And did you have prior law enforcement experience before that
Yes.
position? And briefly describe that for us, if you would.
I worked for the Detroit Police Department. I joined them in November of 2014.
And then from there went to the Attorney General's office.
Correct.
And we spent a lot of time going over exhibits. I'm not going to go back over those with you again. But as I understand it, they relate to an assignment that you had to investigate a potential violation of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act. Is that true?
Correct.
Were you the person in charge of the investigation?
Initially, no, but eventually, yes.
Okay. And you had other team members, is that right?
Correct.
It is fair to say that the only thing that you and your team members were investigating was whether or not there was a violation or violations of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act, right?
Those were the initial allegations that we were investigating. Correct.
And that was the nature of the investigation, true?
Correct.
Okay. You weren't investigating, for example, whether or not somebody embezzled funds or anything like that, right?
Correct.
Was strictly an investigation of violations, if there were any, of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act, right?
Correct.
Had you ever undertaken a similar investigation? Meaning, and let me withdraw and restate the question. Had you ever undertaken an investigation of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act before?
No.
Have you ever undertaken a UNP investigation?
No.
Not when you were with the Detroit Police Department?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect for this witness?
Special Agent Kapuscinski, were you ever taught or told that if you started an investigation and you found evidence of other crimes or wrongdoing, that you had to ignore the evidence of other crimes or wrongdoing?
No.
Nothing further.
Okay, Special Agent, there is a sequestration order, so that means you're not allowed to discuss any portions of your testimony with any other witness, okay?
Okay.
I will say you may be excused.
Thank you, Ryan.
Other witnesses for the people today.
The people would rest.
And is the defense going to call any witnesses?
We are not, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm prepared to hold the arguments.
Ron, I'd like to talk about next steps if we could.
Yeah, I figured, because I had a notation that you wanted to address the scope issue, and then I still have a lingering objection that I did not address as to questions about the pecuniary loss. You did give a citation, I think it was the People v. Carter, but I think I need the citation number on that.
Okay, well, that would.
But I don't need it at this very moment, but you wanted to address an issue before bind over argument.
I did, Your Honor. There's a couple of things. Number one, I think we tried to be as helpful and cooperative as we could in connection with the exhibits. I haven't really seen it.
Got it.
And I think the court's going to want to do that. I'm going to want to do that in connection with the position I want to take with the court. But there are a number of other issues I want to raise with the court, and I would prefer to do that in written fashion.
Okay, sounds good. So in light of the fact that he has not gotten a copy of the exhibits, I think it's fair to allow him to have that before he gives his bind over argument. So you want to make bind over argument in writing is what you're saying?
I would, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. You can make your bind over argument in writing or respond to hers. If you want to still make yours today, that's fine. He'll make his in writing, and then you can obviously re-argue after that. But he should be able to review the exhibits before. Are you saying you didn't get these? I'm sure you got a lot of information.
I did.
In discovery,
And
but specifically what exhibits were used. Got it.
Exactly. And I didn't want to leave a misimpression. We got the 73,000.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, so you
Exactly.
did get them, but specifically as to what is being entered today, you want
Right.
opportunity, and that's fair. So I can allow that. Counsel, how do you want to approach your bind over then?
If he is going to file something, then I guess I will have to file something and have the court make a decision. It would make no sense to have me argue and then have him put something in writing.
Correct, and then you re-argue. So I can give you both opportunity to do that. How long do you think it'll take for, is the exhibit book here, or is that for the court?
That is the exhibit book for the court.
Okay, so then we just need to get him the exhibit or a copy of that book?
Yeah, the problem is, this is the admitted exhibit book. I don't, normally I have them in electronic form and I can say, this is for sure the exhibits. But because of the great volume, this is the first case I've ever had where I don't have that in a specific file. and I was hoping to copy it when I was done so that I could get to that point. And I was at the office until 9:15.
Okay.
My husband was like, it's time to leave. It's
Can
getting
imagine.
dark. And I apologize to you and Mr. Kramer. I just ran out of time.
No
And
worries.
as it was, I pulled two more exhibits that I thought were duplicative.
So you need to take this book so that you can make a copy, is what you're saying?
If I.
That's
could
fine,
take
because
this
you're not
book
doing
and
argument
scan
today
it.
anyways. I only need
Scan
that
it.
when it's time for me to review as to your bind over argument. So you can
Do-
take
do you
that,
want me
make
to
a
take
copy, and then when you submit your bind over argument in writing, that, I just need that with it.
Yeah, you will need the physical copy. I will get Mr. Kramer a scanned copy of it. But I'm gonna need a little time.
No, that's fine. How much time do you need?
Can I just get 2 weeks to get it completely scanned and get it to me?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and I
Sure.
know they need time to.
And then we'll,
If you give me 2 weeks to get it to him, and then I give you 2 weeks to do your bind over argument, is that sufficient?
I think that would be sufficient.
I know for sure I'm that 2 weeks is the 29th, and I know I am. I'm at the office on the 29th.
What, you will be?
I will be.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, that date's fine with me if that's okay.
The 29th, I will be office.
Well, that's just the date that I want your bind, that I want
Oh,
your arguments
by
to
the-
me. Not the date that I want you to return.
Okay.
Right.
Because once you give me your bind over, I need to review it.
Exactly.
Okay. So you're saying,
So we're looking at about 6 weeks before you get your next date.
so file by 8/29.
Let's see, let's see. Today is the 8th, okay. So you're gonna get a copy of the exhibits to him no later than the 22nd.
Does that give you enough time if the filing deadline is the 29th?
Well,
Does that give you enough time?
that
It's
would
only
not,
a
because
week.
that's only a week.
That's only a week.
Correct, yeah, I gave 2
I'm
weeks
sorry.
for you to get to him, so that would be the
Okay.
22nd to him, and then 2 weeks for you all to bind over. That brings you to the Thursday after Labor Day, which would be the
It's
5th.
9/5 file by. Okay.
Correct.
That's fine.
Okay, so
I just didn't think of-
Right.
I
No,
was
and I
miscounting my
appreciate that.
weeks.
Yeah, no
Okay,
problem.
so then when would you like us to come back?
okay, let me get your date for the ruling and give you 2 weeks from that, I suppose. After 9/5, yeah.
The 19th?
So,
The 19th
That
is
week
not
doesn't
a
work
good
for me.
time for Mr. Kramer.
So
Just the whole week back? Is that it?
No.
No.
is that the meeting?
How long you?
Monday.
Right. Is the week of the 27th work?
Week of
September 27th.
September.
The week of the.
Actually, I think it starts on the 23rd. I think the
Friday.
27th is a Friday.
Correct.
The 23rd would be fine in the afternoon if that's possible for,
I can do the afternoon of the 23rd if it's okay with the court.
What are we doing? No, you, I mean, you can put it there.
You said what?
I don't know.
Back up. It's just that we're going to whoever's covering is going to do. September 23rd at 1:30.
at 1:30.
That's correct.
All right.
And you can appear via Zoom for that.
Right.
Any additional matters for today's record?
I don't think so. Your Honor, just to be clear, and I perhaps missed this the last time around. With regard to the counts that the court had dismissed, on a motion to dismiss. Did you want me to prepare that order and have it approved by this team and then submit it to the court, or how would you like to proceed?
Yes, for the counts 2, 3, and 4.
Very well. I haven't done that yet, but I will. I'll
The
have it presented.
clerk's office is looking for it, so
Okay.
I told them that we would do a dismissal, so. we Get that, then we can get the misdemeanor ones. Dismissed. I just this exhibit thing here, so it doesn't go missing. And- Okay, well, if there's no other matters for the record, we are adjourned for today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and I do appreciate and acknowledge that Mr. Chandler was extremely amenable so that we could all get through this.
I appreciate it as well.
Well, there's also some self-interest in that too.
Really, and kindness, always appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else?